So I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take it all away. Yeah, I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take the pain away. the storm. Things aren't as they were before. You best start bracing. Did you think you could keep us out? Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution. Can you hear the sound? With the ground beneath your feet, with a whisper in the trees. Do you feel us watching? Hunger in our eyes, victories on our minds. It's our time to rise. Can you hear the sound? Can't stop us now. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution. Can you hear the sound? We're the revolution. We're not back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving. We're the revolution.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. You know these days ain't going out. This building
Alright, everybody. I forgot my good mic downstairs, and I'm not going to get it, so we deal with the shitty mic right now. Sorry! Second, let me get my camera up here. Hello! Hello all. I look like garbage, and I'm okay with it. I don't care! How's everybody? How's the audio mixing? I just don't really care right now. I mean about my appearance. I can try to fiddle with it. Oh, you like the new comic? Well, thanks, Rex. That's something that happens a lot. How's everybody doing? Love the hair color. Thank you. I wanted to go all orange, but I only had enough to do like the peekaboo kind of thing. I just haven't washed it since I dyed it because I'm afraid to. It's decent. I don't fucking care. LOL. Nice orange locks. Thank you. I want my hair to be all orange. But I don't have the money for the hair dye right now. I mean, I have money, but I can't spend it on hair dye because I ain't got no fucking heat. Cold, and I'm pissy, and then shit happens, so now I'm pissier again. It's great. I fucking love it. You got ghosted by a girl. Oh, that sucks, Odie. Thugging it out. Nice. Also, hello to everybody. Living Abnormality, the Spider Queen, BEFR. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen you in chat before, but hello. Coconut, welcome back. Georgia, Gluckun Guy. I saw Bonnabelle earlier. Tempotronica, hello. So many people here, Jesus. Are you still banned from the Cheesecake Factory? Yes. Yes. I am. I keep forgetting that it's not like Waffle House, so I keep trying to fight the employees. They don't like it. Oh my gosh, Hella! You've been busy. How are you? Sorry I've been dead for these. That's perfectly fine. They kind of go all over the place. Sometimes we're happy, sometimes we're not happy. Jonas, hello. Life's been great. I woke up to fantastic things today. I guess we'll just dive right into it, because, like, why the fuck not? Like, you got banned. Ups and downs of life. Fucking, life loves me right now. It's bad enough that, like, my heat's broken. Now I gotta deal with this shit. This shit being, like, okay. How are we gonna start this? How am I gonna jump into this? Just so we know, I'm not gonna be dropping any names. Like, Cordy's not here to, like, start a fight with somebody. I'm just pissed off about the narratives that are going around. And there's a lot of people that are, like, they think it's true, or they believe it themselves, or have their opinions about it, so they talk about it and keep spreading it. So I'm not, like, sitting here dropping names to start fights, just so everybody's aware. I'm pissed off about the narrative. And the narrative mostly being, the big one that I'm pissed off about, there's two of them. There's the claim that I had a not safe for work channel in my server that wasn't age gated, which is not fucking true, okay? I have never had a not... Let me think about that, make sure I'm telling the truth there. No, Poppy coerced me into the one age-gated spicy selfie is, she pressured me into it. I shouldn't say coerced. The Spicy Selfies channel, but that one was age-gated from the get-go. That was invite only. I have never had an un-age-gated not safe for work channel on my server. And what people are referring to is the fucking Fennec doc, and Fennec just claims with no proof whatsoever that I had a un-age-gated not safe for work channel in my server that was set up on the honor code that nobody under the age of 18 that would go in there. That's twisting the fucking truth. What I had, because I still have it in the new server, was the Stoner Clubhouse. That's what the channel's called. I'll even show you guys my fucking channel list. Actually, let's do that. Let's make sure I'm not in a conversation here. I'm not. Cool. Let's bring up my Discord, because I made the new Discord less than a week after the old Discord was... I deleted the old Discord. and I structured it and made the channels based off of the old Discord. So the new Discord was modeled after the old Discord. So all the channels are the fucking same. Transition this here. I'm going to cover my face because I don't really care right now. You guys don't need to see me, you need to see this. So these are the fucking channels that I have. We've got welcome, we've got announcements, we've got introductions, we've got mod chat, bots, general, pet palace, rec room, furry chat, safe for work. Okay, and I'm the owner of this thing, so all the fucking channels that exist are in the server are in this fucking list. Sorry. Where was I? Yeah, furry chat, safe for work, weeb stuff, art and writing, lily venting, stoner clubhouse. See that little fucking lock? That means it's fucking gated. It's limited to anybody anybody with an age role over 18. And you have to have an age role to stay in my server. It's a requirement. If you come into my server and you don't have an age role, within 48 hours you get booted. And the Stoner Clubhouse is where we talk about fucking weed. Let's go further down. Venting, memes, Lily Underground, no sharing. That's not even an active channel. It's closed to everybody. It's just got old screenshots in it from Lily's server. And then the voice chat, the voice channel general, which is always locked. Like, no, my voice chat's never open. People don't go into the voice chat. So, there's no not safe for work channels in my fucking server, and there never was. Not an ungated one, anyway. There was a spicy selfies thread that was invite only, and I was the only person with the power to invite people. And I would only invite people over the age of 22. I think that's the limit that I set. So I find it really funny that, someone who's going to sit there and talk about whippets on stream and the process of doing whippets on stream and what whippets are. Not someone who does whippets on stream, but they're talking about whippets a lot. They bring it up to the point that it's a casual joke, which has included the conversation on how to do whippets, what whippets are, companies that sell whippets, and how people used to do whippets before there was Galaxy Gas, or talks about crack pipes and meth pipes and the difference between the two, and makes jokes about making crack pipe and meth pipe merch on unage-gated streams, is going to sit there and call me suspect for having a fucking weed channel in my server. It's not even boomer logic. It's the same people that are sitting there going, Courtney is sus because Phoenix said she had an unage-gated, not safe for work channel. No, I have the Stoner Clubhouse, which is where we talk about weed, and I don't even have to age-gate that, technically. I only age-gate that because I don't want to teach people who are not legally allowed to smoke how to smoke. Because people that are of the legal age to consume that shit will go in that channel and ask questions, and I'll give them answers. So will the other casual stoners in there. Sometimes we talk about other recreational drugs, and I just don't want to talk about that around children. And there's 8 people under the age of 18 in my server, so yeah, I keep that age gated of my own choice. And when you're going to sit on a stream and joke about doing whippets, and then call me suspect because I have a fucking weed chat in my server, that's a little fucking hypocritical. Same as someone else is gonna run the narrative that I'm trying to be some internet Discord mom, and yet you're gonna call yourself the cool internet lesbian aunt. Sorry, you call yourself your cool internet lesbian aunt. And have people in your server willing to cosplay as admitted pedophiles. But you're gonna call what that I did suspect exactly? How am I trying to be an internet mom? And to fucking whomst? And every time people, like, and the few times this comes up, when someone wants to be like, oh, you did this thing, and, like, I disavow, like, I'm gonna uninvite you from ever being in my Discord server again. I wasn't in your Discord server to begin with because you have people in your Discord server who give money to pedophiles. And I'm not down with that. And when that's brought to your attention, you're going to hand wave it and say, I don't want to know, I don't want to know, I haven't looked into that, I don't want to know, I don't want to know that my Lena was sending money to a pedophile and defending the pedophile and helping Annie the pedophile get into Poppy's Discord server with kids. I don't want to know, I don't want to know, we think my Lena's a queen and we have her in my server. You know, we have group chats with Anthony who sends money to pedophiles. I don't want to know, I don't want to know, but... You know, Fennec Fox put out a document on your birthday and then soon deleted it along with all of his fucking socials, and I'm going to sit there and call you out on that? Wait, this is about Psy? No, this is about the narratives about me that are being spread by people. It was not specifically about Psy. It's about the narratives that are going around that I'm trying to be a Discord internet mom, and the proof is the fact that one person, Bonnabelle, calls me mom because it makes him feel better, and I don't give a shit because it doesn't change anything about what me online, because I'm not the kid's mom and the kid knows that. And the only other thing that I've ever seen to be like, Courtney's trying to be an internet Discord mom, is one kid asked me a question once that I answered that people don't like the fact that I answered, which is fine, because I mean, if I could go back and do it over again, clearly I wouldn't answer the fucking question because it's making people assume things about me that aren't true. I thought I was doing the proper thing by answering it like my health teachers answered that same question in school, but clearly I just shouldn't have answered the question. I had no contact with that person afterwards, okay? And the kid that's claiming that I gave instructions on how to masturbate to, I didn't. And considering that same kid has a whole bunch of screenshots where we had conversations in which I was talking to, talking to this kid's mother, because this kid was like 13 or 14. And I think Fennec used that to say, like, that's groomer logic, somehow. And yet there's no screenshots of me supposedly giving them instructions on how to masturbate, because I never fucking did that, because who the fuck would do that? Someone I found out was a kid afterwards. I think it was mid-conversation I found out it was a kid. Or I think it was by I assumed it was a kid by the nature of the question. I had somebody message me early into my fucking, being, noticed on the internet. The question was, am I broken if I never orgasmed before? And I went, okay, I'm gonna answer this question as clinically as I possibly fucking can. And clearly I just shouldn't have answered the question. I should have just been like, I am not the person to answer this question. You need to ask a nurse or a guidance counselor or, a trusted adult that's in your life. Which is clearly how I should have gone about that. Lesson learned. But I didn't sit there and seek out, for answering a question. Cause, some kid was like, am I broken if I've never orgasmed before? And I answered the question. Even the screenshots show me saying, okay, I'm going to go about this as clinically as possible so that, you don't get so that I'm not taking advantage of you, so I'm not, making you feel any type of way. These are this is how this question was answered for me when I asked it when I was a kid, And, I'm not sitting here vehemently going, I was right in answering that question. Obviously, I clearly wasn't. I should have just, turned the kid away or just deleted the fucking message and moved on with my life. But to sit there and then say that I tried to groom someone or I'm trying to be someone's mom, and then I think one of the other screenshots going around is literally a fucking typo. I think the message that was shown says, I'm your actual mom, I can't tell you what to do. Or I can't tell you what to do, I'm your actual mom, something like that. That fucking message was supposed to say, I'm not your actual mom, and that's why the I can't tell you what to do is in there. And, clearly I typed too fast, and I didn't notice that the word not wasn't in there. But the fact that screenshot's in there, I actually said to somebody on the internet, I'm your actual mom. Are you fucking kidding me? Lily have a developmental disability? I don't know. It was one of the diagnoses she was given in childhood. I don't know about the validity of it, but it was something that the doctors diagnosed her with, was the mental capacity of a 7-year-old. Um, oh, this is where Lily was making grooming allegations? Yeah, well, Lily got a hold of that Fennec document and fucking ran with it like it was gospel or some shit. Which is funny because she'll sit there and go, none of the documents about me are true, but this document that has since been deleted, and the person who wrote it has deleted their entire presence online, their entire, like, traceable presence online. That's perfectly fucking valid. And it's pissed. The one that pisses me off the most, to be honest, is the, like, Courtney had an unage-gated not safe for work channel in her server. No, I fucking didn't. I had the Stoner Clubhouse. That's it. And the claim that, like, oh, talking to this kid's mom is what a groomer would do. Like, that kid, first of all, came to me about somebody who was grooming sorry, I don't remember their pronouns, them and their friend group online. And when they sent me the pictures of this guy, the face pictures this guy had been sending them, and the name of this guy, I found out really quickly because I recognized the picture that this was a guy who tried to groom me when I was like 17, 18, 19 online. He tried to send me, he didn't even try to. He sent me dick pics on Facebook. He used to try to sexually harass and groom me on Facebook. The name he goes by is like Yusuf. And this kid comes to me like, this dude is like sending me inappropriate messages, and he's sending me porn about my favorite like anime characters, and like this dude was grooming her, and I knew like I had like fucking literally, I don't even know how this happened, but this was a guy who had tried to groom me when I was a teenager, except the kid he's going after now is like 13, 14 years old. And at one point, I did have a chance to talk to her mother on a Discord call. And I did. And I sat there, I'm like, listen, this is why your kid came to me, and this is why I've even entertained this, because this guy is a problem. He tried to do this to me when I was younger. Like, I don't, like, when I spoke to this woman, this kid's mother, when I spoke to this woman, I tried to be as respectful as possible. I'm like, listen, I understand you don't know me from a hole in the wall. I am just somebody on the internet. But I'm somebody your kid came to, and here's why they came to me, and here's why I entertained it, because it actually is a serious issue. And, like, I don't know what she's told you or how much she's told you, but here's the things that this guy is doing to her and her friends. Here's the things that he did to me when I was underage. And, like, this is a problem, and I'm not sure if you understand the depth of this and, like, what's happening to your kid online. So, fucking, and I had a big long conversation with this woman, and like fucking props to the mother, because she didn't just like shut me down, end the call, and fucking ignore me. She listened to me. We had a conversation. Like, she took what I said to heart, because it wasn't specifically about I'm telling you how to parent your child. It's trying to explain to you what a danger this person is on the internet, and that you like, and clearly things are happening, and like you need. These weren't the words that I used, but it was basically like, this is why you should be more aware of what your kid's doing on the internet. And then the mom listened to me. She wasn't happy, clearly. Nobody would be in that position, and I completely understand. And that's part of the reason why that kid then cut me off on Discord, because her mom started paying attention to what she was doing. Her mom went in and stopped her from talking to adults on the internet. And that's a fucking good thing. And the fact that Fennec is gonna sit there and be like, this is groomer rhetoric because my groomer spoke to my fucking parents. I didn't speak to this woman on why she should let her kid talk to me. I spoke to this woman about how her kid was in danger with someone who had a very fucking long track record, to the point he had done it to me and was still using the same fucking picture. It's just, it's fucking, mind-boggling. Like, and then, fuck, I don't know. I think there was something in there about Fennec acted like I was mad that this kid cut me off. I had no fucking problems with it. I'm more interested in having a conversation with her mother than her. Sorry, their mother than them, because I don't fucking remember the pronouns properly. I'm just going off of her for, I don't even fucking remember why. I think it was the screen name is making me go her, but anyway. And then the kid cut me off, and I'm just the whole time I sat there going, fucking W, mom, way to go, mom, way to fucking, like, that kid's got a mom that cares, man. That's a good sign. I got hopes for that mom. And it's just absolute insanity that to me that's being twisted as like Courtney trying to groom a kid. I mean, the kid went around behind their mom's back. Sorry, I keep saying her. The kid went around their mom's back to fucking add me on Discord a few more other times, and I had to be like, doesn't your mom have a problem with this? Like, dude, no. I know some people you're like I've had some people that are your age that maybe you want to talk to, like, 'cause I'm not someone you should be talking to. And that's why I get so pissed off about certain parts of the narrative, because it's just like Fennec's got a bee in his fucking bonnet, because like I said the other day, he took a fucking rule I made server-wide as a personal attack on him and has been running with it ever since. And it's frankly absolutely ridiculous. I am nobody's mom on Discord or the internet. I ain't trying to raise nobody's kids, okay? I aborted 2 children of my own because I do not want children to raise. I literally had a fucking nightmare last night that I gave birth to a child, and the whole time I'm just sitting there going, I fucking want a kid. I do not want a child. I want to be a parent. Somebody take this fucking thing. Like, it was a literal nightmare, the idea of me having children. So the idea that I want Discord kids, like, no. No, when parents get groomed, it's like, you can trust me, let me drive your kid places and hang out unsupervised. Exactly. Like, I wasn't sitting there going, like, here's all the reasons why you should let your child talk to me. Or here's why all the reasons you should trust me and continue, let this thing continue. No, it was just something like, hey, listen, I get if you don't want to fucking listen to me, but I have experience with this guy when I was a minor. And that's why I'm so emotionally worried about this and invested, because this dude has a fucking history. Oh yeah, I'll babysit kids. Kids are adorable. Like, they're, like, don't get me wrong. But like the joy of babysitting someone else's kid is I can like hand it back afterwards. Like, oh, it's leaking. Here you go. You know, if a friend of mine has a kid, like I don't dislike children. I don't wish bad things on children. Oh my God, cue the fucking thing about my mother's grandchildren. Like, I do love kids because they're adorable. They're funny. Like, they're just, especially when they fall down. I'm sorry, kids falling down is the funniest fucking thing. Hire you with Lyle Convoy? Oh my gosh, no. No! Because again, I don't need Discord kids. I don't want Discord kids. I don't want internet kids. I don't want to be raising other people's kids. I don't want to. I would love to not live in a world where other people's parents online. I mean, online, offline, to go to anybody but their parents. Like, no fucking thank you. Fucking Bon asked me, like, last year, like, hey, do you mind if I call you mom? And I was like, I sat there and went, you know I'm not your mom, right? You know that's not what's going on here? Like, I'm just some fucking stranger on the internet, all things considered. And fucking, sorry, but Bon's got some issues, and it makes him feel better to, like, be emotionally attached. So fucking, I said okay. I'm like, I don't care. It don't change nothing to me. It doesn't make me feel like your mom. It doesn't make me feel like I have a responsibility to raise you now. I got a responsibility to like monitor what happens in my fucking server. And it's just, oh, it's fucking mind-boggling. The idea that someone else calls me something means I'm trying to do something is like, if I call you a motherfucker as an insult, that's like insinuating that you're actually trying to fuck your mother. And again, there's a thing that happens with kids, because they're fucking kids, where any adult that is a positive influence on them or they view positively, their mind is going to attribute that to a parent-like relationship because especially for kids who are not yet out of the nest, they don't have much experience with interpersonal relationships that are not either the idea of romance or familial. So more often than not, when a kid is comfortable with somebody and they don't feel like there's a romantic kind of aspect to it, they're automatically going to slot that person into a familial role because that's their only comparative relationship. That's why kids end up calling their teachers mom or dad by accident. And yes, I'm sorry to any, 17, 18, 19-year-old that feels like 16, 17, 18-year-old that feels this way, but you guys are subject to that as well. Because again, you're young, most of you are pubescent or just barely post-pubescent, so hormones have a dictate a lot about shit. Hormones going wild in your body means your brain is going to be more focused on a romantic fucking relationship, which is going to feed the needs of those hormones, than it is a platonic one. So again, even 16, 17, 18-year-olds, they, for the most part, your brain goes fuckable, family. Because you don't have the experience otherwise. And then when people never grow out of that mindset, you run into things like jealous, toxic partners, okay? Like, for example, my boyfriend and the mother of his child have a fantastic relationship. They love each other, and that has been apparent from the day that I met my boyfriend and heard him talk about this woman. It is clear as day, watching him talk about her, that he loves her. And it's also clear as day to me that it's not romantic. So I've never been threatened. I've never been jealous. I've never been anything but in love with the love that they have for each other. Because not every kind of love is about romance. Very few of them actually are, if you think about it. And when you grow up thinking that all or most forms of love mean romance, then you start to twist things. Like, you don't look at things properly, you don't see things properly, and that means you're also going to have problems in your own interpersonal relationships. Because that's when you're going to have problems of like, I really love my friend, does that mean that we should be in a romance? No, you can love without it being romantic. People love their siblings. They love their family. They love their friends. They love their favorite coffee. They love their pets. They love someone else's dog that they saw in the street. They love a parrot that they see on fucking TikTok. There's so many different kinds of fucking love. I got fucking sidetracked, and now it sounds like anyone on Discord or the internet that has love for me. Well, I'm sure there's a kind of love that's there, but none of it's romantic. And yeah, when kids don't have the experience, like a lot of adults don't even have the experience, but when people in general don't have the experience or the insight or the fucking mindset to be able to separate the two, it's gonna go into one slot or the other. It's either fuckable or family if you don't fucking grow past that, and kids don't have the experience to grow past that. Sorry, I had mascara on yesterday and I didn't take it all off, and then I slept in it, so now my fucking eyelashes are all poking me in the face. What you talking about? Oh, fuck. We're going over some of the bullshit narratives that are being spread about me. Hi, Cinnamons. One of the big one being that I'm trying to have Discord kids or like claim other people's kids as my own online. Um, because one kid came to me and asked me if they were broken because they never orgasmed before, and I answered the question the way it was answered by my nurse, like the health nurses, the health teachers in school. Which people have opinions about me answering, which is fine. Like, have your opinion about it. I have an opinion about the fact that I answered it. I wish I could go back and not answer it. Um, and then there's Bond calls. Used like Bond doesn't even do it anymore. Like Bond used to call me mom and like asked me flat out if it was okay, and I was like, well, I mean, as long as you get that I'm not your mother, and because I get that I'm not your mother, then yeah, if it makes you feel better, fucking pop off, dude. It doesn't change anything for me. And so there was the question, there was that, there was the other, the one other kid. Oh, Gordy, there's a lot of kids. There were quite a few kids that like casually would send me like a question on Tumblr or like through DMs or through my anonymous asks, or they'd ask me a random question. Like, hey, is this abuse, or is it abusive when, or does this sound like abuse? Question, like pretty straightforward questions like that. There were quite a few of them, to be honest, in the beginning, like in the first like couple of months when I was getting like noticed and shit. How the hell did you want Discord kids when you didn't keep the real ones? That's the other thing. Like seriously, like I could have like if I wanted kids, I would have what was it? 2013. I'd have a 12-year-old. And then 2 years before that, I'd have a 12-year-old and a fucking 14-year-old. If I wanted kids, I would have. If I wanted a 14-year-old, I'd fucking have one right now. Ah! It's so frustrating. Like, I didn't have an abortion at 17 and then again at like 20 for no reason, okay? I just don't do it anymore because I've been slowly trying to rebuild a relationship I have with my mom. It's messy, but we're getting there, yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading chat. Called me nasty names under the sun. Called their brother out. Oof. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that conspiracy theory. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the last one was that like I somehow want to groom kids because I talked to this one kid's mother. And again, I did talk to this one kid's mother, and like props to the fucking mother for hearing me out and taking what I said like seriously into heart. Because this kid was getting groomed by somebody who tried to groom me when I was underage. With the same name and the same fucking selfie. This dude used to send me dick pics on Facebook. Now he's sending like Sonic the Hedgehog porn to like 14-year-olds. So, like, I know you never saw me as a mother, Bon. You never treated me like you thought I was your mother either. Yes, go get real dinner because peasant dinner isn't enough. Bye, hello. But like people will look at people like Poppy, and then turn around and look at people like me, someone like me, and they'll apply the same fucking intent to it. And there's a difference between like Poppy calling people her kids and people calling me something, like, to be quite honest. And there's a difference between people like Poppy encouraging someone to see them as a mother figure and me going, yeah, you know, I'm not your mom, right? You know, that's not what's going on here. Like, I'm just a stranger on the internet. Let's just say I'm suspicious of anyone insistent on being called familial title in fan spaces. Yeah. Like, and the thing is, like, I don't give a shit what you call me. That's positive or negative. Like, hey, can I call you a limp dick fuck? I don't fucking care. Go right ahead. Call me what you want to call me. Like, it changes nothing for me. That's Lao Convoy territory. He adopts adults who are mentally ill and calls them their kids. So does Poppy, yeah. Call me your fandom aunt. Like, no, absolutely not. And that's why I'll sit here on, like, almost every stream. Like, no, I try to do it on my streams recently, as of late. But, like, I try to keep to it, that it's, like, to remind you guys, I'm a nobody. All things considered, I am a fucking nobody. I control nothing. I have influence over nothing in real life. Nothing that changes anything for the greater fucking good or the greater evil. My opinions are just my opinions based on my experience and the things that I've learned and researched. It's not holy gospel that you should live your life by. By all means, take what I say with a grain of salt. Do your own research. Don't believe everything I say just because it comes out of my mouth. Fuck no. Don't be sheeple. Y'all have brains that made you decide you wanted to support me. Don't just throw your fucking brain out because you decided you wanted to support me. Keep your fucking brain. I'd rather have an intelligent fan base, an intelligence, fan base is the fucking word. Like, I would rather have an intelligent fan base that has the backbone to be like, no, I don't agree with you there, you're wrong and here's why, than people that are just going to capitulate to something just because I'm angry and passionate about it. Fucking case in point, the first angry rant stream I did about Psy. That's who it really was about. And I made the mistake of lumping Psy and Crimson Ender all into one category while I was bitching about certain things. And you guys yourselves, for like 20 minutes, sat there and went, well, no, I mean, I guess I can see how that applies to Psy, but that doesn't apply to Anthony or Crimson Ender because, like, they don't do those things. They do, here's the things that they do that that you're saying you would rather see done. And I saw it, and I read it, and I went, actually, you know what? You guys are right. I'm going to walk this back a bit, because that's not fair of me. I'm lumping a bunch of people into one category when my problems pertain to really only one person. And I would rather have a fan base like that than a fan base that's just going to go, I hate everyone because Courtney said that she doesn't like them anymore. I don't need people to take my word as gospel. That means I need to walk on eggshells and be like, oh God, I can't ever have an off day because, like, somebody's going to go think that's the way to be about life. When, no. I am not the epitome of perfection. I am not the model of which you should base your life on. No one person is. Hey, everything sucks. Let's get angry about it. Hey, you know what? It's good once in a while. I am absolutely a fan of venting. Like, better out than in. Because I'm the kind of person where if I don't get it off my chest in a, like, area, like, or in an environment where people are, like, okay with the venting and the subject matter and everything, like, I'm not making somebody uncomfortable by doing this because, like, you guys have chosen to be here, so clearly you want to engage with it. Nice plushies, thank you. And if I don't do that, then it's going to fester in my head and then leak out into inappropriate spaces, like around my boyfriend, where he's not up to date on the subject. Neither is he interested in the subject matter or, like, the information that's around. So, like, I don't need to, like, sit there and fester about being angry about something to do with my sister or, like, things surrounding my sister to, like, my boyfriend or out on the street or, like, to the cashier at the grocery store because I fucking trauma dumped that day. Which will happen if I don't dedicate some time to just getting it off my chest. Jot your events into a little journal on your phone. I mean, that's fair. I'm a very, like, vocally, I don't know. Just noise, sounds. I love the sound of my own voice. I think my voice is my favorite stim. You've gotten a bit confrontational. I have, and like I don't expect everybody to like I don't expect anybody to sit there and be like, I totally stand by Courtney telling Anthony to bite the curb. But I mean, when Ant's gonna turn around and be like, Courtney threatened me directly. No, I fucking didn't. No, I fucking didn't. I said, oh, dude, I'm so pissed off. I'm ready to make you bite the curb myself. That's hyperbole. And like, you're a writer, dude. You should understand hyperbole. I'm so pissed off I could do this. That's an example. That's not a threat. Like Ant was so disingenuous about that whole thing. He sat there going, Courtney made up lies about me. No, I fucking didn't, dude. I absolutely did not. I didn't sit here and say Anthony is a straight man and he's not bisexual. That didn't come out of my fucking mouth. I said, how very straight white male of you. And then I even started singing the Bo Burnham song, so it was very obvious that I was comparing you to a fucking stereotype. So comparing you to a stereotype is not saying you're lying about your sexuality and you explicitly only fuck pussy, okay? Because I don't give a shit where you stick your dick. I was talking about your attitude, not your sexual practices. And the fact that you're a writer and you can't understand that is either one, intentionally facetious, or two, you're just dumber than you actually portray yourself to be. Fucking words. I also sat there and went, Courtney said that I didn't go through abuse when I've told her in detail about my abuse. Anthony, you're giving people the impression that we've sat there and had multiple heart-to-hearts and we were such close friends. Dude, you've sent me all of like 4 messages and 2 of them were like, hey, can I have Lily's address so I can send her a cease and desist? Also, I'm going to give her an out in the cease and desist. Like, the most conversation we've ever had was about me asking if you even had the means to fucking sue her for slander. And you're gonna sit there and act like we were fucking butt buddies or something? We've exchanged 3 or 4 fucking jokes. And you asked me for Lily's address because you had no avenue of finding it yourself. And you asked Crimson Ender before you asked me, so I was like a fucking second option. And you're gonna sit there and be like, I'm so hurt because Courtney lied about me. Meanwhile, you're sitting there lying yourself. Because you're portraying our fucking interactions as something that they weren't, or deeper than they were, when I can pull up our... Actually, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's pull up the Discord conversations with Anthony. Let's see. Let's see how fucking deep we got with Anthony. Because I still have the fucking conversation. You guys can see I don't really close conversations. Where are you? Somewhere. 1 second. That's not it. Hang on a second. Shouldn't actually be scrolling through my list like that on screen. Where the fuck are you? You sent another Steam game, you shan't be stopped. Shala, my goodness. Wait, maybe that was the one I was looking at. Oh, fuck, it's in streamer mode, so it's obscured names. There it is. Oh. 1 second. I gotta delete this message with an address. We can't be doxing people. Alright, here we go. The very start. Hey, Courtney, would you ever be interested in jumping on a stream that has literally nothing to do with your sister whatsoever? I mean, sure, why not? Cool, I will think of something to do in the future. What are some topics you are into? Oh God, I have to narrow something down now? LOL. I'm into a lot of things. I have to catch up on my classic anime, but I do enjoy talking about it. I've bought myself so much manga growing up. I'm also down for just watching or playing something for the sake of talking about it. I'm pretty flexible. Sounds good. I can probably drag you into a general stream then. Sounds like fun. I usually stream on Tuesday nights. That good for you? Yeah, that works for me. When was this? August 2nd. And then nothing until November 1st. Hey, do you have Lily's address, including apartment number? I will need it. Talking about Lily's address. Talking about the cease and desist. So, Anthony, where did you talk to me about your fucking... Oh shit. I didn't transition this at all. You guys couldn't see anything. Let's go over this again. Sorry. August 2nd. Let's try this again. Sorry. I already read it out, but jumping on stream. Talking about stream. And then nothing until November 1st. Asking for Lily's address. So, Anthony, where on God's green earth did you talk to me about your fucking abuse? Huh? Where did we have a relationship where you should be so fucking concerned for my well-being? Like, fucking facetious as hell. And he's going to sit there like, oh no, Courtney's telling lies about me. And she's telling lies and she knows they're lies because I did this and I told her that and I told her this, that, and the other thing. Fucking where, you lying little bitch. And the only message I deleted was Lily's fucking address. You like classic anime? Yeah. For the most part, yeah. I like most things. There's few things I dislike. Friend is a stretch. Exactly. We were acquaintances at best. The most talking we did was in Sai's fucking server, and that was trading jokes. And then he's gonna sit there and be like, you thought it was funny that I offered Lily money. Yeah, I thought it was funny when you actually weren't serious about paying her. The second you made yourself serious about actually giving her money, it no longer became a joke. It became the fact that you actually were going to give a pedophile $700 fucking dollars to talk about your anime. So no, that's not me like, oh, that's not me being two-faced. That's not me being, well, I'm going to use this against you now. That went, yeah, that's me going, yeah, it's funny when you're not serious. But the second that I realized you were serious, it stopped being fucking funny. The second you financially supported a pedophile, it stopped being funny. I'm so worried about Courtney. Dude, all you ever did was ask me for shit. Hey, would you come on stream so people will watch it because you're on it? 700. Yeah, and apparently I lied because it wasn't 200 like I had initially claimed because I was remembering incorrectly. No, it was 700. Alright, dude, that does not make it better for you. Wait, he almost gave her $700. Yeah, he offered her $700. Like, this was like last year to do a video about Evangelion or something like that. And a bunch of us were laughing about it because, well, I was laughing about it at the time because I didn't think he would seriously give her the money. Like, even if she went, okay, I figured he'd go, psych, I'm not giving you $700, you're a pedophile, what the fuck. But the fact that he went and sent her $2 just because he wanted her to read his fucking message on stream and, like, put himself in the middle of attention again, that made me realize that no, if she took you up on that offer, you would have seriously sent a pedophile $700 fucking dollars. American. Because you never specified whether it was American or Canadian. That's like almost $1,400 fucking dollars Canadian. Not really, that's like almost $1,000 Canadian, but... Unless I'm remembering that wrong too, when he did offer Canadian, and then he's gonna say, Courtney's making shit up and lying about me again. You know, lying actually involves intent, Anthony. Do you understand what the word lie means? Like, for me to lie, I have to know something is not true that I'm saying, and then say it as if it were true, and then insist that it is true. Okay? Me thinking that the conversation we had about the video was $200 and not $700 because I remembered incorrectly is not me lying about how much you offer to pay her. It's me being incorrect about how much you offer to pay her because I remembered it incorrectly. Like, and I kind of ridiculous that I have to explain how the word lie actually functions to a fucking writer. Anthony has a history of awfully responding. It's not even how he responds, it's just what he fucking does. I'm sorry, but paying a pedophile money is not a response to anything. That's just a choice you fucking made to do. That's you woke up in the morning and went, I'm gonna send $2 to Lily Orchard even though I believe she's a pedophile. What's happening here? Oh, I just like thoroughly debunked Ant's fucking portrayal of our relationship as anything but passing acquaintances in someone else's server. He goes, oh, I stream on Tuesdays. Can I bring you on a stream? Doesn't message me for like 4 months. Wait. September, October, November. 3 months. It's fucking ridiculous. And then these same people are going running to, like, other people, to other streamers, to be like, wah, Courtney said something mean about me, wah. You paid a pedophile money, dude. And honestly, I don't find it ironic at all that you went running to somebody who already has someone who's paid money to a pedophile in their server. Like, I'm not surprised you went to somebody who supports Mylena, who paid money to Annie the pedophile, and helped Annie because she didn't want Annie to go without, and then helped Annie cover up the fact that she was a pedophile, and then helped Annie get into Poppy's server with children, and then ran defense for the fact that Annie was a pedophile, just to turn around and be like, I never did any of that, while making excuses for it the whole time. And, you know, if you've got someone like that in your fucking server, I'm not surprised that somebody else who paid money to a pedophile came to you for defense. Do I plan on making a proper video debunking responding to Anthony or Sai? No. He's got a big plan that I never told anyone about to get her because he knows big men at YouTube, guys. Again, there's that straight white male fucking attitude about shit. No, you see, ladies, I'm the one who's gonna fix it, and you just don't understand my big brain man mentality. What, did this person give Lily money again? No, not again. I mean, not that I know of, but God knows at this point. Hello, Purple Spy. You're always so cognizant of our needs. Thank you so much. The old vague book and portraying a relationship as closer than it is techniques. Seriously though, I just sit there and go, I'm so worried, I'm so concerned, I'm so hurt, I'm so this. You didn't reach out yourself, bitch. When clearly, since you initiated both times we had a conversation, you had no problem reaching out when it was for your best interest, when it was something you had to gain from it. But the second you're concerned, it's a community post because you have something to gain by fucking virtue signaling and nothing to gain by actually, like, contacting me yourself. I mean, I want to hear the reason again. Oh, so Anthony gave a $2 super chat to Lily. See, it depends on the day. The reason why he did it depends on the day. First, it was because it was a troll to jump scare Lily with his name, and they had big lols about it inside server. Then it was to expose Lily as being a hypocrite to her fan base, because somehow accepting money is going to expose someone as being a hypocrite, and not the, like, trans fucking phobia that comes out of her mouth. I don't know. And then the third reason was it's part of his big brain plan because he suddenly has contacts high up in YouTube, and this giving Lily $2 on a super chat on stream is the start of this big plan to make, like, YouTube executives pay attention to Lily because she's making death threats to a white man. And everybody knows that the world only cares when the victim is a fucking white man. Anthony claims that the reason he didn't reach when you had a meltdown, I don't know if that's actual meltdown, I didn't see it, was because you weren't in mutual service and he wasn't able to. Okay, that doesn't stop him from sending me a friend request. That didn't stop him. That doesn't stop him from sending a message through people we had as mutuals, like Krim. I don't like Ethel, but an example of Lily's transphobia is that they intentionally use the wrong pronouns for Ethel, right? Well, Lily will intentionally use the wrong pronouns for everybody, be they cis or trans. Her favorite one is calling people things. And, like, yeah, if you're gonna call a trans woman a thing, that's dancing on the line of, like, transphobia. Lily will accuse literally any trans person possible that, like, around of being a pedophile. Like, she calls Krim a groomer, she calls me a groomer. I'm not trans, but I'm not cis either. I'm gender apathetic. It's sad. I do find his videos interesting, but his actions leave much to be desired. Right? Like, dude would have been better off. Like, everyone would have been better off if he would have just stayed in his own little fucking white man territory and, like, left well enough the fuck alone. Oh, I've helped people. You've done more harm than good, dude. Fuck off. There's people who've told me I'm the reason that they got out. That's nice. Those were probably stragglers to fucking begin with. If, I'm sorry, they needed to be told by the white man that the fucking predator was bad, then they obviously have issues to fucking begin with. But, what you gonna do when you live in a shoe, move to a boot, and get laced? The white boy hath breached containment, right? And I'm like, guess what? The white man can be gay, straight, bi, asexual, very romantic. Fucking, I don't fucking care. I literally don't care what kind of hole you stick your genitals into, or what kind of holes you stick your fingers into, or what kind of holes you stick your face into. I don't fucking care. That's not the point of the conversation. And the fact that your entire identity seems to be hinged on, like, wet holes you interact with when you're horny is fucking concerning. Like, do you have nothing more to you than, like, I like dick and puss? Really? Like, you've got nothing more to your personality that it's just, I'm bisexual, okay? I'm a Sagittarius. Who fucking cares at this point? It's 2025. We're busy on trying to keep people's fucking noses out of other people's genitals, so, like, maybe stop shoving the fact that, like, your sexuality is all you have to offer in everybody else's face. Anthony's actions scream incel logic. Not really, because he's married. Anthony's actions scream, like, very straight white male stereotype. And again, I'm not talking about his bedroom actions because I don't fucking care because those are none of my business and they have nothing to do with who you are as a person. You can be bi and still be a fucking dickhead. And guess what? I don't care that you're bi, I care that you're a fucking dickhead. Oh my god, Courtney said violent things about Anthony. Oh my god, you're on the internet, get the fuck over it. You know how many death threats I get in a day? Oh my god, someone told me to kill myself, guys. I'm so sensitive, that might actually push me over the edge. It's so bad, that's the last straw. Like, seriously, the dude sits there and acts like the most heinous fucking thing Lily Orchard's ever done is say a bad thing about a white man. I'm like, dude, get in fucking line. People really need a video about Pokemon to understand Lily as a pedophile? Yeah. That's what I mean. Who's sending you death threats? I don't know. Fucking random ass Lily stands, random ass fucking Poppy stands. Fucking, I've gotten it from random ass Brit stands. Back when Brit was fucking all mad about the fact that I posted about what she called me. Just comes with being online and being vocal online. Fucking people don't like that I'm calling out Lily. They don't like that I have an opinion and I say it. So they're like, you're a horrible person. You should kill yourself and I hope bad things happen to you. It's like, okay. Bad things have happened to me. Like, y'all forget that I grew up with death threats from my own sibling who slept in the next room. Like, there was that much fucking between us. So excuse me if I don't find casual death threats to be valid, because they're fucking not. Even legally, someone just going, I'm gonna kill you, is not valid as a death threat. Someone saying shit to you on the internet is not valid as a legal death threat. Especially not when you put yourself on the internet as a personality. Like, you made a YouTube channel and now you're like, me, I'm getting hate online. Yeah. It's the internet. People get real fucking bold when they have no consequences, and there's no consequences when you're hiding behind a computer screen. So to sit there and go, wah, I'm getting mean things said about me. Are we 12? Is this the playground? Do I need to go get the fucking teacher? Trauma and a sad backstory doesn't excuse me in POS as an adult. Quite a lot of people need to learn that and seek help. Exactly. Oh, thank you, Emily. Death threats online 9 times at a time mean nothing. Like, seriously? Like, and I'm sorry, especially when, like, in 9 times out of 10, it's some fucking kid, like, in their Xbox, like, Call of Duty live chat era, saying shit, like, oh my god. It's like, if you're really taking that seriously, you're too sensitive to be making videos on the internet. I just, like... It fucking baffles me. It really fucking baffles me. Like, if you were in the street and someone just fucking shouted at you because, like, you ran into them and, like, or they ran into you and they're pissed off and they're like, get fucked, you dumb cunt. Are you gonna, like, go call the police? Are you gonna stop and be like, everybody, he said something mean? Because that's how you're acting online. I kind of miss the Xbox Live era. Oh, Rust chat's pretty toxic. Actually, Rust chat's real toxic. People grew thick skins from that, yeah. See, I think bullying's a necessary part of life. Now, there is a big difference between felony fucking assault and bullying. Bullying is sticks and stones, and the saying goes, not bullying is sticks and stones, but the rhetoric of sticks and stones. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Bullying is just words, alright? If some kid's beating the shit out of you on the playground, that's not bullying, that's fucking assault, okay? That's a crime that needs to be dealt with. Some kid calling you fat, or a faggot, or retarded, or dumb, or a bitch, or poor, or four eyes, or scrawny, or skinny, or smelly, or flat-chested on the playground doesn't fucking matter. And if that is, like, ruining your fucking day, you've got self-esteem issues that you need to work on. The world doesn't need to work on its vocabulary. You need to realize that not everybody's opinion about you fucking matters. There's over 8 billion people in this planet. Not all of them are going to like you. And if you're focused on making everybody fucking like you, you're going to be a miserable human being to yourself, and you're going to be a miserable human being to everybody else, because everyone's just going to see you as a fake fucking flake. Because you're too busy people-pleasing and trying to make everybody like you that you don't have a fucking backbone. Flat-chested is an insult? When you're like 12, I don't know, fucking I'm just going off shit insults they used to sling around back in my day. Like, not everybody's gonna like you. Not everybody has to like you, and not everybody's gonna be fucking nice about it. Like, you don't know if somebody's grandma fucking dropped dead on them last week, and they were there to see it happen, and that's why they're in a bad mood, so they fucking snapped at you. Did anything happen with Psy, by the way? Nothing new. Well, that's not true. Fucking... I'm not even entirely sure. It was fucking... Somebody brought up the Fennec doc, like, to my face. Not even bringing up the Fennec doc, just, like, outright said to my face, you're, sus as fuck because you're trying to be a Discord mom, and you have NSFW chats that are age-gated in your server, and, like, I don't fuck with that. And you're, like, disinvited from my Discord server. And when I sat there and went, what the fuck are you talking about? I do not. They're just like, honey, I saw the logs. And then come to find out that it's like Psy talking about, well, I don't know for sure. I'm assuming it's Psy, but Psy's name was brought up in spearheading this, right? That's why I had assumed there was a connection at first. It turns out I don't know why any of the Psy and/or was brought up in spearheading somebody saying that to me, because like it's Fennec's document. But I do know that Psy is very much all over Tumblr, or at least for a little while she was all over Tumblr talking about how apparently I'm trying to be a Discord mom and an internet mom, and how, like, I'm trying to be, like, cool and think teenagers, and I want teenagers to think I'm cool, and that's what I'm striving for. So it's kind of curious as to where this person got this information, if not the person who, like, literally fucking accuses me of that shit. And they accuse me of that shit based off of a document that has since been deleted, and by the person who made it, and the person who made it deleted their entire traceable presence online. So clearly they stand by what they said, right? And now this has been traded around, like being traded around and paraded around, and people are talking about how I'm apparently trying to Discord mom people when I'm fucking not. And Psy is one of the people who sits there and goes, oh, I think Courtney's weird because she's trying to be the cool internet mom to teenagers. I'm not the one who calls myself your cool lesbian aunt on YouTube, Psy. And then to sit there and say, Courtney has a not safe for work chat that's not age-gated in her server. No, I don't, and I never fucking did. I had the Stoner Clubhouse that was talking about weed and smoking weed that I just didn't want to not be age-gated, and until I figured out, it took me 2 days, by the way, 2 fucking days to figure out how to age-gate it, and in that time it was on the honor system. And I'm sorry, when you're gonna sit on your stream and talk about whippets, what whippets are, how to do whippets, where to get whippets, companies that sell whippets, You're going to talk about crack pipes and meth pipes and how to smoke out of them and make jokes about having fucking crack pipe and meth pipe merch for fucking Valentine's Day on a non-age gated stream, and then call me suspect for having a fucking weed channel in my server? Fuck you. Fuck you very, very much. You absolute fucking hypocrite. If that's the case and that's what you believe, why are not every one of your streams age gated? May I use some clips from your streams? Yeah, absolutely. I have clipping enabled. And it's just ironic. It's so ironic when it's like, excuse me, with the shit you talk about in your non-age gated stream, and then you're gonna sit here and crawl up my ass because I had a weed channel that was not age gated for 2 days max while I figured out how to age gate it. And assign roles to people because I was new to Discord. Okay. Do we then want to talk about the kind of conversations that go on in your Discord that pertain to my sister that are also not age-gated? Because, like, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the fucking gander, you absolute troglodyte. And it's the fucking hypocrisy. And then you're gonna sit there, talk about me, bring this shit up, call me out to my face, but as soon as I start going, what are you even talking about? You're like, I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be involved. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want to be involved. I don't want nothing to do with it. But you went through the fucking effort of bringing it up. Clearly you want to be involved. Clearly you want something to do with it. You just don't want to deal with any backlash of the fact that you're fucking wrong. And goddamn hypocrite. And it'll start again. Oh, Courtney starts fights with everybody. Courtney loses all of her friends. Courtney has no friends. Random creators that I have had maybe 2 months of interaction with total, and none of it private interaction. Those are not friends. That is not a friendship. Neither of us were friends with each other. And there's some people online who have a very, very twisted view on what a fucking friendship is. I'm sorry. Us exchanging a couple of messages or words or fucking being in each other's streams a few times does not make a friendship. That itself is a parasocial relationship. Any interactions I have with other content creators are inherently parasocial because the only reason we're even talking is because both of us are fucking making content relative to the same subject. Do you get what I'm saying? It's no different than a fan fucking interacting with them. These are not friends. These were not friendships. I was no more their friend than they were my friend. We didn't know each other. We don't jack shit about each other. What most of these people know about me is the fact that I was raped as a child. That's like all they know about me, is that I was raped as a child. And they think they're my best friend, or that somehow we're close, or they're gonna act like we're close or have some sort of friendship because you know what over 100,000 people know, because there's over 100,000 views on that video, that I was raped as a child. That's not secret, private, personal information, dude. Like, everybody fucking knows that. It doesn't give you secret insight into my character to know, like, common fucking knowledge about me. Like, people who sit there and, like, genuinely go, I love my audience, I love all of you guys, each individually, it kind of makes me cringe a little bit, because, like, I appreciate my audience. I appreciate you guys, especially when you have the nerve to call me out, especially when you have the backbone to call me out or correct me on things. You know, I love that you guys are intelligent, from what I can tell. That's about, like, from what I know about you guys from the very few interactions we've had. But I can't sit here and go, oh my god, I actually love you guys. And the few times I've done it, I'm like, parasocially. Ooh, like, I throw a caveat at the end of there because it feels even weird to say. Because, like, at the end of the day, we don't know each other. Like, we could pass each other on the street and you guys might recognize me, but I won't know you from a hole in the wall. Little did anyone know, Courtney's been sending us all mad baby weed over our IP addresses. Right? Get that uncle killer going. And it's wildly fucking frustrating When it's like, you could have asked me. Like, you could have asked and I could have, like, explained the fucking context. Because, yeah, I'm sorry. There's a big difference between Courtney had a sexual channel in her server that wasn't age gated, and Courtney had a fucking weed channel in her server that wasn't age gated for 2 days. Like, just imagine Ant just standing in the street going, I'm worried about Courtney Pete, which is basically what he did with his little fucking community post. Because half the people in his audience are like, wait, who? What? What? I'm confused. I had to leave. What happened? Oh, we just kind of fell off into slightly other topics. And like and again, and the fact that they base this shit off of like, well, I know about her childhood trauma. Like, okay, all right, that's like not what makes me a person. You don't actually know me as a person. I've got a shitload of other trauma that you don't know about because we've never talked about it. You know, there's the shit that happened when I was homeless. There was the shit that happened when I was married to an alcoholic. There's the 2 abortions that I went through. There's the fucking like you know, sit there and be like, I'm worried about Courtney, bro. You don't even know me. Like, you know me about as well as you know your own colon activity, and that's like pretty limited to just like have to shit, don't have to shit. And you don't feel the interest, you don't know the intricacies of all the muscles moving to pack the shit in there. You have to shit, don't have to shit, and you think that's a good relationship. Like, what? Well, then just go running to other people to be like, where? Courtney said a mean thing about me. Yeah, 'cause you're a little bitch, baby, and that's what riles you the fuck up. Guess what, Aunt? I said it to get under your skin, and clearly it did. I said it to be a bitch. I said it to be a fucking dickhead. It was the intent. I'm glad it worked. What are we venting about? Right now, specifically, Anthony. Courtney P. Trauma, the book, it's thicker than the Bible. Yeah, I mean, but like at the same time, the only reason that I sat there and talked about my childhood trauma was because it pertained to calling Lily out. It pertained to Lily's pattern of behavior and how she was able to do what she did to me pertained to my previous fucking grooming and abuse at the hands of my oldest half-sibling. Because had I not been groomed previously by my oldest half-sibling, I likely wouldn't have been susceptible to anything Lily did before she ramped up to molesting me and then raping me in my sleep. So, yeah, that's why I talked about the shit that I went through with Cameron and the shit that I went through with Lily and touched on some of the shit that I went through with my parents in general to, you know, lay the groundwork of here's how abusive to these people were to their kids in general. So here's all the perfect fucking setups for Lily to be what she is. Then it carried into fucking Stockholm, which pertained to what she did to me, which she used to groom kids, and everything evolved from there. Everything about Lily started with what she fucking did to me. So yeah, I had to talk about that. Of course. It's part of the fucking timeline. But like that's a fraction of the shit that I've been through in my life. So that's not even all of my trauma. So you don't even nobody even deeply personally knows all of my trauma just by watching that video. So you have no idea what you're, like, you being Ant has no idea what you're basing your fucking speculations of my mental health on, because you think everything has to do with what happened to me as a kid. Bro, I've been through spousal rape, I've been through rape on the street, I've been molested and fucking fondled by fucking cops and people I thought that were my friends would wait till I was asleep and then fucking molest me, and when I would wake up and be like, what the fuck are you doing? They're like, I'm petting the dog, okay? I had a fucking alcoholic husband who put me through more shit than I could probably fucking go through right now. And you think my childhood trauma is the basis for absolutely everything? I can't be around an extremely drunk man without getting ready to punch somebody because I was so used to being attacked by a man who was extremely fucking drunk. Not physically, but verbally. But you think my anger has to do with my fucking childhood fucking rape. Mm-mm. So it's just wild that people people like Ant will sit there and be like, I know enough to say this kind of shit because we were such good friends. When we had two conversations, one being if you want you could bring me on a stream, then you never fucking message me again about it, and then the second one being, hey, do you have Lily's address? I need it. So we never even talked about me or you, just what I could do or provide for you. Oh my god, we have the same kind of trauma as Courtney. Woo! I'm so sorry, analyzer of nerdcore. So yeah, that's what I'm pissed about today. I mean, now it's kind of all out of my system. I'm sort of running down. I mean, I'm sure there's more I could definitely get mad about. I mean, we could talk about Lily's more recent Tumblr post. Somebody sent her an anonymous ask saying you should eat more pussy, and she responded by saying there should be more pussy worth eating. And like, girl, you talk about kids shows. Why are you talking about whether or not you eat pussy on your Tumblr? Am I playing music? Yes, there is background music. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, no, seriously, she like fucking... She's like, oh, there should be more pussy worth eating. Why are you talking about that? Why? Like I just said, nobody cares where you're sticking your fucking holes or what holes you're sticking things into. Like, nobody cares. Why are we talking about this? Like, there's a reason I don't talk about my sexuality with you guys, because you don't need to know. I've never confirmed nor denied if I've ever given them the hawk tool and spat on that thing, because y'all don't need to know. Doesn't she have a wife? Yeah. Didn't Lily flat out tell her Tumblr to send her porn or just explicit images? Um, it's kind of complicated. Like, Lily basically did try, like, reverse psychology with her fan base, where she's like, guys, don't send me nudes, okay? And especially if you're underage, don't send me nudes. And then there was a point where, like, somebody, again, self-asked, went, hey, can we send you dirty images? And she was like, well, I can't stop you, but as long as you're not underage. So she didn't say no. Why can't she just make a separate account for this shit? Because it's all part of her grooming. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's why Lily talks so casually about, like, sexual topics on her Tumblr. It's because she wants to normalize the idea in, like, younger people's heads that she just casually talks about this shit. So that she can just casually talk about it directly in the Discord server or with them directly. And then it ramps up from there. Like, that's a grooming tactic. That's like normalizing sexual behavior around people who may or may not, like, who should or should not be viewing it, so that when she sits there and asks a 12-year-old, have you ever eaten pussy? You know, it's already been established by her and her platform that that's just a casual thing to talk about on a regular day basis with an adult, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Also, the fact that you, like, sat there, you have a minor's DNI, and then you get anonymous asks that say you should eat more pussy, so you respond to it. Do you know if it was a minor that sent you that? Like, that's a minor interacting that you allowed to happen, potentially. You don't know because it's an anonymous ask. But you're not doing any due diligence. Isn't Lily still trying to jump in on the poly thing? I mean, Lily's been claiming from the get-go that she's apparently poly, but I have personally, I have a sneaking suspicion that that's another fucking thing that she did to try and copy me, because the only partner that I've had that my parents have really met was my ex-husband. And my ex-husband was polyamorous, and my ex-husband introduced me to polyamory, and it was throughout that relationship that I realized I myself am poly. Um, and I'm pretty sure I had conversations with my mother about it before. And they weren't fond of it. They hated it. They absolutely hated it. They saw it as whatever the fuck they wanted to see it as, I guess. I don't know. They had their opinions and I didn't give a shit. Um, but I find it really funny that I was married in the relationship itself wasn't poly. I mean, like, it, try not to divulge too much information here. Like, we tried on and off, but it wasn't exactly successful, and then the relationship was toxic in and on itself anyway. Um, so like the relationship itself wasn't actively poly, even though we were sort of open to it. Like there was never another like person, especially when my parents knew my ex-husband. And but yeah, I find it funny that I was married and the marriage was technically poly, and then all of a sudden, like not all of a sudden, but of course, every relation or the two relationships Lily's been in since, it has to be a marriage. It's got to be a wife, and she's poly. That's kind of ironic. Why is polygamy illegal? Because you can't legally marry more than one person. There's also a difference between polyamory and polygamy. Even the poly stuff aside, it feels like Lily tries hard to paint herself as you. Yeah, Lily's been trying to be me ever since she was a child. Now, personally, I believe a lot of that has to do with how our parents compared us as kids, because I was the good one. Lily got a lot of, why can't you be more like Courtney? So to a certain extent, like, I'm pretty sure most of it stems from that. And then there's the fact that I was neglected and parentified, whereas um, Lily's abuse was more hands-on because our parents were more involved with her, as was like the medical field and everything. So Lily saw my abuse as me getting what she wanted. She didn't see it as abuse. She still doesn't. She sees my abuse and neglect as me getting, sorry, I got a foot cramp, as me getting away with whatever the fuck she thinks I was doing because she was doing shitty things, so she assumes I must have been. So she sees it as me getting away with things and getting everything I wanted and nobody bothering me ever, when in reality it was neglect and parentification and expectations. So she wants to, part of her, I believe, wants to be me, especially retroactively, to just not to have her abuse be what she went through, but instead my abuse, because she doesn't view it as abuse. And then there's the other part, which is just from a very young age, our parents going, why can't you be more like Courtney? Why can't you be more like Courtney? Why can't you be more like Courtney? So back to the poly thing. The difference between polygamy and polyamory is polygamy is gender-based. Because you have polygamy and then there's the flip side of it, which I can't pull it off the top of my head. But neglect isn't freedom, but Lily saw it that way. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. But polygamy is the act of one man marrying multiple wives. Okay, so a guy can have multiple wives, but each wife only has one husband, even though they share the husband. Polyamory is the belief that you can have romantic feelings and relationships with more than one person at a time. It's not gender based. It's not one sided. No, no, no. I mean, like, so polygamy is when it's a man has multiple wives. There is a term for when a woman has multiple husbands, but the husbands can't have multiple wives. That's what I mean by the flip side of polygamy. Because polygamy itself is a gendered thing. Like, polygamy is always about the husband having multiple wives and the wives only having one husband. So when it's a wife that has multiple husbands and the husbands only have one wife, there's a word for it. I can probably look it up, but I don't really want to right now. Monogamy is just one husband has one wife and one wife has one husband. It's also not specific. Monogamy also isn't gendered because it's just, two people are in a relationship and are exclusive to each other. That's monogamy. No, polygamy is not being married to multiple people. Polygamy is a man having multiple wives. Nope, nope, sorry. Anonymous is right. I'm wrong. Anonymous is correct, and I am incorrect. I'm going off of religious remembrance, and Anonymous is going off of facts from Google. So, yeah, Anonymous was correct there. Polygamy is multiple spouses. But what I was talking about, the gender thing. So you have polygyny, which is when a man marries multiple women, and then polyandry, which is when a woman marries multiple men. So apologies, Anonymous, for saying you were wrong with my whole chest, because I was wrong with my whole chest. Yes, you get a cookie. You get a weed cookie. um, but see, polygamy tends to be a very religiously based thing. Excuse me. The word itself is like, I think Google just said it was Greek or Latin or something like that. But the idea and the practice of it tends to be religious. That's why you usually see the wives have been groomed into it from a young age, because it tends to be part of their religious indoctrination. Um, I think there's like a subsect of Mormonism that is based on the idea of polygamy. I think that's like when Mormonism separated into two different sects or something like that. Because one guy was like, hey, multiple wives, and part of the religion was like, no. Part of the religion was like, hey, yeah, so they split. If I'm remembering that right, I could be wrong. I'm not a religious expert. But it does typically tend to be like part of religious indoctrination, so that's why you tend to see it happen with really young girls or young women, or they move out of not the relation, the religion, and therefore they stop doing it. Sister Wives was like a big fucking expose of a lot of that. Polyamory, on the flip side, is the idea that you can, like, the belief that you can have feeling for more than one person at a time, and like you can have relationships with more than one person at a time, because like the root of polyamory is that it's sort of selfish to expect one person to fulfill all of your needs in a relationship. Do I think polygamy should be legal? No. No. Well, I don't think it should be illegal. I don't think the government should have anything to do with relationships, to be quite honest. In terms, like, I don't believe in marriage in the sense of, like, the government dictates that you're married. I don't believe in that being a thing. I don't think that should be a thing. I don't think the government needs to know what I'm doing with my sex life or my romantic life. It's none of their business. I pay my taxes. That's all they need to worry about. So, like, in the sense of, do I think having multiple marriages at once should be legal? I question the validity of a legal marriage anyway. Um, take what you want out of that, I guess. But the flip side, so like I was saying about polyamory, is like the root of it is the belief that it's inherently sort of selfish to, expect one person to fulfill all the needs that you need out of a relationship. All right, it's not always possible, and it doesn't always mesh with people. And the other part of it is that, like, if I have love for my boyfriend, and I also have love for a different person that I also want to date because I am polyamorous, the feelings that I have for that other person don't take away from the feelings that I have for my boyfriend. Like, it doesn't mean I love my boyfriend any less or any more if I weren't having feelings for somebody else. I just have feelings for like two people at once. And some people are wired that way, some people aren't, okay? And, you know, you can be polyamorous and in a monogamous relationship and be perfectly fine. Like, I'm in a monogamous relationship and I'm perfectly happy. Because, like, yeah, I don't expect my boyfriend to fulfill all the needs that I have for a relationship, but he does. I'm happy, I'm satisfied. I don't need anything more that I think would be unfair to put on his shoulders, so I'm not open to the idea of exploring feelings for someone else. And the other part of that is like, I'm capable of having feelings for somebody else, but that doesn't mean I need to act on them. Like, I can legitimately sit here and say there's like two other people that I do actually have feelings for, and have had real feelings for like, God, over 10 years. But I'm never ever going to explore them or do anything about them or dwell on them or act on them or investigate them because I'm happy. I've got no interest in changing my situation. I've got no interest in complicating it more. You know, yeah, those feelings exist, but like, so does my anger. That doesn't mean I'm always engaging with it. So like, I just don't engage with those feelings and I'm perfectly fine because I'm not missing out on anything. And a lot of people take the idea of polyamory being I can fuck who I want, and it's basically a free pass for cheating because, oh, I'm polyamorous. The thing about polyamorous relationships is they take so much communication. Like, if my boyfriend decided he wanted this relationship to be polyamorous, I'd be completely okay with that. But if he came home from like a night out with his buddies and said, oh, by the way, I fucked some chick, that's not our relationship becoming polyamorous, that's him cheating on me. But if he were to like call me up and be like, hey, listen, here's the situation, my feelings have changed and I want to talk about it in the moment, see how you feel about this, and if this is a thing you're okay with me exploring, that'd be a completely different scenario to me. Because polyamory takes communication and consent. And in that moment, he would be telling me that the situation changed, basically alerting me to the fact that, like, hey, I'm actually kind of interested in this, but I don't want it to affect what we have, so, like, can we talk about it? That gives me a chance to have informed consent and to basically say, yeah, I'm okay with this, or no, I'm not okay with this, so that when he comes home and I know that happened, I'm already emotionally prepared for it because we've already talked about it. I already knew it was happening, and I went, yeah, go get your fucking tail. And that's not for everybody. Like, it's perfectly fine. Like, my boyfriend is monogamous, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, if the fucking hell freezes over and the day ever comes where he wants that to change, I'm perfectly fine with that conversation. But I've got no interest in having it if he's not interested. I've got no interest in sitting down and being like, listen, I'm polyamorous, so we need to talk about this. Well, no, because I'm the poly person that chose a monogamous relationship. It's also cheating if you start dating another person without asking, exactly. And the other thing is that personally I find there's a misconception between an open relationship and a polyamorous relationship, okay? At least in my opinion, based on my experiences with like the polyamorous community. This was back when I was like in my fucking marriage with my ex-husband. And a lot of the community itself agrees, like the feelings of a lot of the community themselves. An open relationship is when you have like the two of you sleep with other people. Okay, you have casual sex, casual hookups, maybe a fuck buddy, but there's no relationship involved. Whereas a polyamorous relationship, there's a relationship involved. So once you start dating somebody, that's a polyamorous relationship. If you're just sleeping with other people, that's an open relationship. Because there's a big difference between sex and feelings, okay? Sex is not love. Sex never will be love. Sex does not equal love. Sex can be a part of love, it can be a part of intimacy, it can be a part of connection, but sex does not equal love. So just because you have sex with somebody doesn't mean you have romantic feelings for someone. And just because they have sex with you doesn't mean they have romantic feelings for you. Just because you have romantic feelings for somebody doesn't mean you have to have sex with them. It doesn't mean you will have sex with them. Doesn't mean you have to want to have sex with them. Like, there's a very big difference between sex and love. So when the relationship is based off of you can go have casual sex where there's no feelings involved, that's a big difference, like communication-wise, emotion-wise, like the hurdles you have to deal with in that kind of relationship is very different than one where there's other feelings involved. Because when you separate sex and love, and you know, your partner comes home and goes, hey, I hope, because you guys have already talked about it, and you're like, oh, that hookup that we talked about, yeah, I went and did that, and I had a good time, it was great. There's a big chance that you as the other partner might feel physically insecure because you know that connection was nothing more than physical, so you may possibly internalize that and go, well, is it something that I don't have that they got out of that, like physically or something? Whereas the second emotions are involved, you suddenly, like, there is a chance where the other person starts feeling like not enough as a person. And that's also why communication is so important in polyamorous relationships, even open relationships, to be honest. Because it's perfectly natural to like feel a certain way when your partner comes home after you guys have already discussed it and they're like, yeah, so I hooked up with that person that we talked about me hooking up with. Or I started dating that person that we talked about me dating. There is a little, there's always naturally going to be a little bit of like self-reflection there where you're like, it's natural to get a little jealous and to be like, does this mean that something is missing with me? Something's wrong with me that I'm not doing properly. And it's different when it's physical as opposed to emotional, because physically you can change. You can be like, well, maybe he just likes them sluttier and I just need to be more promiscuous in bed. If you think you need to compete with the person, the other people your partner's hooking up with, you probably shouldn't be in that kind of relationship. But the feelings, I'm talking about the feelings involved in general. Whereas when it's emotional, people can suddenly start feeling like they're just not enough as a person. So they're very different. They require very different conversations, and both of them require a lot of emotional maturity. Like if you don't know how to vocalize your emotions, if you don't know how to compartmentalize your emotions, if you don't know how to analyze your own emotions, you're not ready for that kind of relationship because you won't be able to do that with somebody else either. It's natural to get jealous. Everybody gets jealous. Even if you're secure in yourself, it is natural to just be jealous as a reaction. What determines what kind of person you are is how you deal with that jealousy. Okay? Do you get angry? Do you lash out? Or do you look inward and go, well, wait, why am I jealous? Like, am I jealous because I think I'm not pretty enough? Well, that means you have self-esteem issues, and clearly you need to work on that, because if your self-esteem is dependent on somebody else's opinion of you, that's never going to work for you in life. Never going to work for you in life. And it is perfectly fine to just, I couldn't be in a poly relationship. I'm polyamorous and I don't want to be in a poly relationship, okay? They're complicated. They barely ever work because most people do not have either the emotional maturity or the communication skills or both to be able to do it. And the fact that there's not exactly a large population of polyamorous people to begin with, there's an even smaller population of people who are emotionally mature and have the emotionally mature enough and have the communication skills required to navigate that kind of relationship. So the chances of running into another polyamorous person, let alone another polyamorous person who is on that level of maturity and like readiness for that kind of relationship, is so astronomically low that you just have the higher likelihood of people having shitty ass relationships where people are covering up cheating by calling it polyamory, which means you end up with people like Poppy or my sister. Someone asked, and they've asked it twice, and I've seen it, I just haven't gotten to it yet, if, how I feel about people comparing Lily to Onision. I think it's a perfect comparison, to be honest. Like, yeah, Onision was clearly a larger channel. Onision had a larger platform, more fans, and therefore more money and access to do what it is that he did. But if you took Lily and put her to the same fucking caliber that Onision was at, 100% she'd be doing the exact same fucking things. 100% she'd be doing the same fucking things. She's already trying to ship one wife over from the States. You think she wouldn't have started earlier if she could? Lily is just the female Onision. You're Onion Girl. Congratulations, Onion Girl. It's okay to experiment, but it'll definitely hurt a lot more. They can work, but you need to communicate and be mature people. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's And the problem is that, like, there's a lot of bad faith people who just want to excuse their cheating by calling it poly, and then they convince young people that they're poly so that they can get away with their cheating more, and then you get people that are, like, coming into adulthood thinking that they're polyamorous and thinking that polyamorous means cheating on their partner, which kind of, like, taints the community, and it's not great. And it's any relationship, whether it's polyamorous or monogamous, is it takes communication, it takes emotional maturity. You have to be able to know when you've gone too far or when you're maybe reading something wrong and have an honest conversation about it. You have to be able, both of you, all three of you, all four of you, whoever's involved, have to be able to sit down and go, listen, this is a problem that I'm having. This is what's contributing to it. And this is how it's making me feel. And if you can't do those things, you're never going to have a relationship that works because you're never going to be able to resolve any sort of conflict, okay? If your conflicts in your relationship look like a big explosive fight once in a while, and then the next day you both just be like, oh, I'm sorry, and then you sweep it under the rug, let's just pretend it never happened, and you never actually discuss it, you're not dealing with anything. You're just simply going through the motions of the result of not dealing with shit. You're going through the symptoms, not the cause. Like the big explosive fights, whether they're happening a lot or a little, are happening because you're not communicating. And calling that your communication and then just going, oh, I'm sorry, let's forget this ever happened the next day is further adding to the problem. And yeah, I understand that when you're in a fight with your partner, it's hard in that moment to like disconnect and then emotionally be like, no, look, here's the actual problem that we need to communicate about. But the next day, when those I'm sorry's come out, that's when you need to have that conversation because it's still on your mind, but you're not emotionally riled up. So you can sit there and say, look, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry for my emotional outburst. I'm sorry for the way I said things. I'm sorry for the way that I went about that. It wasn't right. Okay. Here's what my actual problems are. And the way that I went about them the other day weren't proper. I should have said it this way. I should have sat down and that's when you have that conversation. Because that's when you deal with the problem and it doesn't keep festering. Someone said, what does onion girl mean? There's been a long-running joke that Onision is called Onion Boy. I think it started with Leafy is here, and it just became a running gag that Onision is known as Onion Boy. And because Lily is not a boy, we can't call her Onion Boy, so we have to call her Onion Girl. Because that's more accurate because she is a girl. Onion Orchard. Onion Farm, Onion Patch. You got the Cabbage Patch Kids and the Onion Patch Kid. Diddler. Oh my god, the Onion Patch Kitty Diddlers. No. I would love to be able to be poly with my partner, but she's not into that, so I'm not going to go out and cheat on her. That's so gross, bad behavior. Exactly, Spider Queen. Exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong, me and my boyfriend make so many jokes. I make all kinds of fucking jokes when, like, cause, he does pools for a living. So, like, in the summer, the winter he doesn't, he's on EI. So, in the summer, like, he'll come home from work, and, like, the odd time there's, like, oh, there was this girl that hit on me, or there was that girl that hit on me, or he'll, like, casually mention it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, good, they should. Fucking glad. He was talking one time he came home from work and he's like, oh yeah, this girl was hitting on me and her parents are fucking loaded and I told her I had a girlfriend. I'm like, why would you do that? I'm like, dude, no, go back and tell her you've lied. Get us a sugar, like making jokes. I'm like, get us a sugar mama. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm like, does she want a girlfriend? Joking that I'd go and be her girlfriend. And, like, I make all kinds of jokes about that. And because he's gotten comfortable in the fact that, he knows that I'm not going to accuse him of cheating on me, and I'm not going to, I don't believe the man will ever be unfaithful to me. Someone could tell me, your boyfriend's cheating on you with me, and I'd be like, no, the fuck he isn't, bitch. very secure in how that man feels about me. So he's gotten comfortable in that, and he starts making some jokes himself, and it's really, really funny. The kombucha breakdown, oh god. But at the same time, like, the reason why it's funny is because we both know that's not what he wants. And it's not what I want either. Like, to be quite honest, a polyamorous relationship is not something I am seeking. It is not something I am interested in pursuing. So, you know, if the day comes where it happens, it falls into my lap, and like everyone's kosher, well, fuck it, why not? But unless it's gonna happen like that, no, I'm happy. I'm good. They make fun of her fig while also bringing up how it relates to her past actions. What do you think about that? Well, as long as you're going to tie it to a deeper meaning, I'm like, again, first of all, disclaimer, nobody is beholden to making their content to my standards or my approval. I am not the end all and be all of anything. Yeah, I made fucking comments to Ethel about how I am the captain now and fucking jokes about that, but I'm not actually a person who everybody needs to run their content by or needs to make their content based on my approval, first of all. But yeah, the one thing I get pissed about is when you're avoiding the actual problem by just talking about, like, when you're acting like the problem is her fucking media shit and not actually what she does with it, then yeah, it pisses me the fuck off. It helps give her fucking a defense. And but yeah, I completely get like how it's pertinent to be like, well, here's the kind of shit she writes, and here's what she has to say about what other people write, and then she pushes her own shit and these ideas so that kids are totally okay with the idea of her as an adult being sexual with them. Like, it's completely different than just saying Lily Orchard doesn't understand my gay rock show. EOT took the I am the captain now quite seriously. So did Lily, actually. Lily you tries to use that as an example of as me being possessive over her as for some reason. Because I said I said to Ethel, your days of white knighting for victims of my sister for cash money are over, and somehow that's me being possessive of Lily. Which, like, girl, no, absolutely not. Courtney, stop talking about your healthy relationships. It's making me sad I don't have one. Listen, not having a relationship is better than having a shitty relationship. Ethel's response was such a fucking joke. Listen, at the end of the day, her response was to slither her ass back into the swamp and shut the fuck up. So I'm happy with it. She did what she was told. She did her little toddler stomping over. I'm going to my room. Because I already told her to go to her room, and then she thinks she won. Lily doesn't understand. That's the whole quote. Exactly. Like, if your video is going to be Lily doesn't understand Steven Universe, Lily doesn't understand is a whole sentence. Period. Point. Just done right there. Glad you found happiness. Something Lily will never experience. Oh yeah, I found happiness the second I left that fucking hellhole. Like, that's the other thing. Like, I've been through a lot of shit in my life, but it's not like it's been a constant down. It's always been ups and downs. I can label, like, I can talk about just as many good things as the bad things. Wait, can I? Maybe? Okay, half as many. Alright, there's been a lot of shitty things, but it's been a lot of, like, ups and downs. And, like, I've always had shit to be happy about. Like, you know, people look at me taking off at 17 as, like, a sad thing, but to me, that was the happiest I'd ever been. I got out. I was free. I was home free. I was safe, in my own opinion, because, like, who gives a shit if a stranger rapes me? At least it's not my sibling. It's so weird how she says she's afraid of you, but won't shut up saying you want her. Like, why word it like that? It's so weird. Because, like, it's so strange. She's like, Courtney's possessive of me. Bitch, where? And her examples are, I brought up the fact that, a longtime friend of mine, like, quote unquote, dated Lily for like a week or two when we were 10 and Lily was 11, and I got mad at this friend for it. This friend whose wedding I'm in May, by the way. She gets married at the end of May, and I'm in the wedding party. Um, so that's ironic. And she uses that as like, oh, Courtney's possessive because she got mad that her friend dated me. Lily, I got mad that she didn't find you as disgusting as I found you, okay? I wasn't mad because I thought she was taking you from me. I got mad that I thought I was losing my friend to my disgusting ass at the time brother. So, like, I know in your mind you think that I was mad at her for taking you from me. No, I was mad at her for, in my mind, choosing you over me. Because being my best friend for like 4 years at that point, she should have found you as nauseatingly disgusting and basically like a sibling because we were practically sisters, and it felt like a betrayal to how she viewed me as her friend for her to find you any sort of desirable. And then when we talked about it later and joked about it, like, oh god, 4 years, 5 years ago now, when I moved back to Nova Scotia, her response, when I was like, oh my god, Alex, I cannot believe you dated my sibling, her response, it was someone who was nice to me, Courtney. I just wanted someone to be nice to me. She dated you because you were a male that didn't hit her. And her poor little trauma brain took that as a reason to date somebody. You were a trauma response, Lily. But do I take fan art? I do. I love fan art. You're probably the first polyamorous person I've personally known in some way of knowing person who's in a healthy enough relationship. Well, that's because I don't define myself by being polyamorous. That's the thing. I don't define myself by my relationship at all. I don't define myself by my sexuality. I don't define myself by my gender identity. Because in reality, none of that has to do with who I am as a person. You know, I can be straight, bi, gay, pan, demisexual, omnisexual, asexual, and any of the above, and be a douchebag. Like, none of those two are not mutually exclusive, so like it really doesn't matter to me. Alright, see you later, Omni. And there's a lot of power in that. When you're not defining yourself by your relationship, then your relationships get better because your standards kind of get up higher. Because like you're not searching for validation in someone else, and that's an important thing if you want a healthy relationship. If your relationship is based off of the other person validating your existence or your worth as a human, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because if you don't want to be alone with you, why is somebody else going to want to be alone with you? If you can't stand sitting in a room alone with yourself for 3 hours or 4 hours or 12 hours, why would anyone else want to? Like, that's not going to go away just because you're in a relationship. And then you'll end up in the kind of relationship where you can't sit comfortably in silence with each other. There always has to be some interaction going on. And I mean, I don't have a lot of relationships under my belt, but that's because all my relationships are long term. What's your favorite game that you play? Ooh, do I have a Baldur's Gate? That's easily my favorite, but I don't typically play that on stream. Excuse me. I'd rather be alone though with most people, not gonna lie. Well, that's the thing, like, you have to be able to be with yourself. There's the whole cliche of like, you have to love yourself before anyone else can love you, and it's actually fucking true. Because when you like yourself, when you love yourself, then you present the more positive parts of yourself. Like, when you're proud of who you are, you're basically showing that off to people in the way you present yourself, when you talk, the way you sit, the way you stand, the way you act. Whereas if you think lowly of yourself, that comes out. Holy shit, fat bomber. Yep. When you feel poor, like when you view yourself negatively, that comes out in all the same ways, and like people pick up on that. So when you think negatively of yourself, and you're like basically portraying the idea to somebody that you're not worth as much as you would if you thought higher of yourself, you're going to attract the kind of people who agree with you. So you're going to attract the people who are going to treat you like you are less than. Whereas you're if you think higher of yourself, that comes out in the way you present yourself, and then the same way thing applies. You're going to attract people that agree that you are worth more, that you do deserve better, that you should be treated, well. When I crave a deeper relationship with someone, the second something starts to feel serious, my brain short circuits, backs away from it immediately, be it romantic or more. Happens when just thinking about it too. I mean, I'm no doctor or Daedalus, but that sounds like, I know the word trauma response does a lot of heavy, like has a lot of weight to it, but you'd be surprised what is a trauma response. That to me just kind of sounds like somewhere in your brain there's a negative association with closeness. So that could be an abandonment issue. Again, I'm not diagnosing you or anything. It's just, this is sort of how, like, the root of things, like, that's kind of how you get to the root of things, is thinking about it in those terms. In terms of fan art, what do you like? Oh, I don't have parameters for fan art. You guys have full, complete artistic freedom with it. Um, but yeah, like that's it's a common thing with BPD as well. I'm not saying this like, oh, I think you have BPD. It's because I have BPD, so this is just relating my own experience. Um, uh, when people talk about BPD, they'll talk about the threat. It's a fear of abandonment. I disagree. I don't like that sentiment. I don't like that it's because the fear of abandonment is not going deep enough, in my opinion, when it comes to BPD. Because the root of BPD, from one, my experience, and two, all the literature I've read about it, it's not a fear of abandonment. It's a skewed threat perception and emotional regulation disability. Okay, so that fear of abandonment is itself a symptom of the skewed threat perception, because it's not that you inherently fear abandonment, it's that you're perceiving it where it may not actually be, because your threat perception is skewed because of the environment that you grew up in. Your brain was trained from a very young age to view just about everything as a threat. So when you grow up and you get out of the environment, if you don't like work on retraining your brain to realize not everything is a threat, it's going to see the threat of everything that you feared as a child in every interaction. And for the most part, a lot of BPD comes from some serious neglect, because most of the shit that happens to a lot of people who have BPD would not happen were their parents not neglecting them. In my opinion, like, if your parents aren't the ones like sexually abusing you and are actually paying attention and like involved, then you're less likely to be sexually abused, right? So a lot of that comes, so a lot of what happens to you comes from the essentially a perceived abandonment of a parental figure, one or both of them, in your life. So you start seeing that the threat of something when it's not necessarily there, and it's not always abandonment. Like, yes, it's pretty common with people with BPD that the threat perceived is potential abandonment, so we act on the threat perceived rather than the actions, like the reality of what's happening. So if we perceive that the threat of you possibly abandoning us is there, we might push you away before you're able to do it, because we're reacting to that perceived threat with an irrational level of emotion, because that's also when the emotional regulation disability kicks in. All right, have a good night, Anonymous. So there's really, really intricate ways in which your brain could perceive, and not even just with BPD. I'm just, again, using BPD as an example because it's what I have. There's a lot of different ways that your brain can perceive a threat that may or may not be there based on shit that you had to start picking up on in childhood. and then reacting because of it. Sounds similar to me, but I have social phobia. Any idea what the social phobia stems from? Again, I'm not a doctor. I didn't go to school for any of this. I know a lot about my own disorder because the thing with personality disorders is they're very treatment resistant because they're so intricate and fine-tuned to the person that's like experiencing it, right? Like there's certain commonalities between people who have BPD, but the experience stuff is very much defined by the person going through it. So the treatment, has to be very specific to the person seeking treatment. So a lot of the times therapy doesn't work. There's medication, there's no actual medication for BPD that's made specifically for BPD. Everything we're given is used off label. I'm on schizophrenic drugs, for example. Um, and so a lot of actually like dealing with that on your own, whether you're in therapy or on medication or both or not, is you have to understand your own personality disorder. So you have to read about it. And like I've been in and out of emergency rooms for suicidal like ideation and tendencies, and to the like before and after I got my diagnosis. I spoke with the person who diagnosed me for like a whole week before they diagnosed me, and even after they diagnosed me. My own like my GPs, fucking emergency, fucking psychologists and everything. And you know, everything that I've heard, aside from like, you can do drugs, you can do therapy, but here's the literature that you need. Here's the information you need. You need to understand what it is you're going through, because that's the truth. You have to understand what you're dealing with before you can deal with it. It's like if you don't understand that your leg is broken, you're not going to be able to properly deal with it and splint it and get it to a point where you can heal it and walk on it again. You have to fundamentally understand that it's broken and what being broken means before you can even go about fixing it. Not saying that people with BPD are broken. I'm just comparing it to a broken bone. So most of managing my own BPD comes from my own research, from literature and sources that were given to me by doctors who told me to do this. Why you don't need to have BPD to relate to feel experiences? Speaking as someone with it too. Wait, what? Having a staring contest in brain giants. Traumatized brain can't tell the difference between normal stress and fighting a bear. Yeah. No, we're broken. Noir, you're allowed to say that about you. You just can't say it about everybody with BPD, because not everybody takes like comfort in saying it. That's why I'm saying you're not broken just because you have BPD. I'm broken for so many fucking reasons. Fighting the urge to say real to some of the shit you guys are saying. Oh, that's what you said why to. I'm not saying that it's bad to relate to BPD experiences, just not saying real would be insensitive. Oh, no, it's fine. You're absolutely fine with the abnormality. Because, like, that's the thing, too. That's another thing, is that symptoms of mental health disorders are things that people typically go through. Like, everybody goes through feelings of anxiety. Everybody goes through feelings of depression. Everybody goes through moments of irrational, emotional responses. That's just part of being human. It's when those things are chronic and impacting your life like constantly in a negative way that it becomes a disorder. Do you know what I'm saying? So like everybody has feelings of depression once in a while in their life. That's completely normal. That's natural. It happens. But that's not the same as being like clinically depressed where you can't get out of it and it's negatively impacting your life and it's, a chronic constant thing. That doesn't mean someone who's just casually been depressed once in a while can't relate to the feelings. It just means one is more, like, it just means one's happening more than the other. a person who just casually goes through a feeling of depression because, somebody died in their life. Like their parent died and they just and they're dealing with that. So they're depressed and they're going through a depressive episode. That's completely normal and natural. And of course they're going to feel the same things as somebody who's clinically or chronically depressed. And they're going to have probably just about as hard a time getting through it as somebody who deals with clinical chronic depression. The one happens less often than the other, but they both happen. They're both kind of a universal experience. You know what I mean? Who's leaving? Okay, bye, Grunkle Bunkle. Someone can feel depressed and relate to somebody who has clinical depression, and they both struggle with the same things, even though they're technically different. Is what I'm saying making sense? So it's perfectly natural and not insensitive at all to hear the experiences of someone with BPD and go, oh yeah, no, I've been through that. I can understand that. Because everybody goes through those things. The problem with BPD is that it's chronic and it's unmanageable. Not that it's unmanageable, it's that it's an uncontrollable thing. It's not, losing my words here. Bye, Jaden. I'm probably gonna cut the stream soon enough anyway. I do still have to cook. I got 8 messages on Discord. Fuck, why do people keep messaging me? So yeah, it's perfectly fine to just be like, oh my gosh, I completely understand because I've been through that. I know some people take that kind of sentiment as you're trying to make it all about you, but sometimes, most of the time people really aren't when they're saying shit like that. They're really just trying to say listen, I understand to a certain degree. I've been through something similar, so just it's a fucking camaraderie thing. It's not an all about me thing every time. Yeah, if you wet the bed once or twice, you may have drank too much water before bed, or you were fucking. If you're an adult and you wet the bed once or twice, you were probably drunk as fuck. But if you're constantly wetting the bread and wetting the bed, yeah, that speaks to a larger issue. Everyone else gets to the be yourself advice while we're told anything but, yeah. And then some of the rhetoric that goes around, that's the other problem, is BPD is stigmatized even within the medical community. I've legitimately had doctors tell me to my face, I can't help you because the nature of your disorder makes you a liar. Straight to my face. I swear to fucking God, they've said that. No, I can't help you. I won't work with you. You have BPD. You guys are liars. And there's a lot of stigma even within the medical community about people with BPD. So, even when we try to get help, a lot of the times we're given so much shit. Oh, there goes Mr. Nameless Purposes. Yeah, we'll probably end the stream soon. Jesus, 450 views. Way to go. LMAO, what? What did I just... Oh, yeah. Still kind of scared of getting diagnosed with BPD when I'm older. That's understandable. I can't treat you because you're too difficult for me. Yep. It's happened. I had one doctor find out I had BPD, and they're like, yeah, basically rejected me as a client, and then said at the end of the conversation, but if your partner needs help, tell them to call me. So they basically were saying, I don't want to help you, but you're absolutely abusing your husband, so have him call me. And it's wow! Doped up with SSRIs. I shouldn't have been on from the age of 14 until January last year because I didn't have the right words to describe what I was going through at the time. Oof. Daedalus, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's why I have a bit of an issue with the idea of therapists and doctors and shit to a certain extent because oh, the things I've had to deal with from them. Some have been great, don't get me wrong. Like there have been just as many good ones as there's been like shitty ones. Fucking uh I always get the spiel when I like used to when I was in and out of hospitals. I used to get the spiel of like, do you smoke? Do you smoke cigarettes? Do you smoke marijuana? Oh, you shouldn't smoke. Smoking's not good for you. Why do you do that? And then I had a couple of doctors where they're like, "Do you smoke marijuana?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do." And they're like, "Well, like, why do you smoke marijuana?" I'm like, "Because it calms me down. It helps work in tandem with my medication. It helps keep me a little mellow and deal with my emotions, and it just works. Like, it just works for me, and it helps a lot worse when I'm not smoking weed." And I've had a few doctors that are like, "Well, if it works, it works." Uh, I mean, the doctor that diagnosed me was great for dropping like flies. It's because I'm not angry anymore. People only are interested in watching when I'm angry. No, I'm joking. I'm so joking. Of course, it was a man who diagnosed me at the time. That's annoying me. Okay, a man diagnosed me, but he was cool. He was real cool, to be quite honest. My GP was a woman, and like, I think I went to her because I'm like, listen, I have some problems in my life, okay? I got some anger issues, and then she started asking me some questions about my childhood, and I like kind of just barely got into the assaults that I've gone through, and she was like, oh, you gonna have to see a specialist. This doctor heard me talk for 30 seconds and was like, oh, you got a diagnosis somewhere. Can we start an ADAB hashtag? No, no, because I've even softened on ACAB, okay? It's not all of them, it's some of them. The ones that are just tend to stand out more, but some doctors are bastards, some nurses are too. But no, not all of them. I've had some good doctors, I've had some good nurses. I've had some good nurses that set me up with the tools to deal with the shitty doctors that followed. So like the last time that I had formed myself and put myself in the hospital, um, there was a nurse that came to spoke with me around the time I got submitted before I was like actually I was formed. Like I was already staying there. I was already staying there for 72 hours, but I hadn't spoke to the emergency psych yet. But they had this nurse come in and talk to me, and she basically like she set me up with a basic pep talk, and she's like, "Listen, you're gonna have to be your own advocate in here. You're gonna have to like fight for your treatment and for your like for the shit that you need, and it's like important that you do this. It's important that you be strong because like it's good that you came in and that you like had the cognitive ability to like make these choices, but you need to keep doing that because like she basically gave me the rundown of like they're not going to help you here unless you absolutely demand to be helped, so you need to be ready to fight for this help." And without that, I probably would not have had the wherewithal to look that first doctor in the face who told me, you're going to have to treat me a little nicer if you want any help from me. If it wasn't for that nurse, I wouldn't have been able to look that doctor in the face and say, can I speak to someone who isn't you? And then wait 12 more hours to talk to a doctor that was not going to treat me like that. So there's lots. There are lots of great people in the healthcare industry. There's great nurses, there's great doctors. But that's the thing is you have to be your own advocate even when you're not able to. Because unfortunately, nobody else is going to do it. Ah, yes, the 72 hours. Yep, we call that being formed here in Canada. Because it's Form 7 is what they fill out to hold you for 24 hours, 72 hours. Well, that's the thing, Nora Raven, is the reason why she couldn't advocate for me is because basically I had a conversation with her and then I was on my own. Like, all the conversations I had with doctors and nurses was one-on-one. I didn't get to have somebody else in there with me. I had to do it on my own. So, as much as it would have been great for her to advocate for me, she wasn't in a position to be able to do so. It's the tube. Future stream name, me Angie, get in here, nerds. I mean, it's a good stream name, to be quite honest. Yeah. Your girl got accused of shit to her face, and then when I went, excuse me, what? The person went, I want nothing to do with it. I want nothing to do with it. So then then I just had to rant about the narratives. And again, I am not directing this at anybody personally. Yes, I said what it was that instigated this, that set me off to make me do this, but were the narratives not going around, the specific thing wouldn't have happened, so this is not on any one person except fucking Fennec. Excuse me. Saying tube is my stim now. I mean, that's fine. I lurked, but I appreciated your stream last night. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm okay with lurkers. I got 470 views on this thing total. People like when I pop off and get angry. I only get more when I start fights and drop names, but that's not what I'm doing because this is not a like specific person that I'm mad at. It's I wasn't here from the start. What did Fennec do? Fennec was the one who made that document that has since been deleted, and then he deleted all of his fucking like traceable presence online. And with it, like the document in which he called me like a groomer and I don't know, a few other things, a fucking anti-Semite and a Zionist apparently at the same time. And like made a bunch of claims that a couple of people are fucking running with as if they're true. When the shit was like, one, either out of context, or two, just straight up making shit up. Like, he claimed that I gave a kid instructions on how to masturbate and showed no screenshots because I absolutely the fuck gave nobody instructions on how to masturbate. Like, no. Full stop. Flat the fuck out. No. Never happened. And you can't show receipts for it because it never fucking happened. And in the same document, there's, I don't know, because, like, Fennec, I guess, got his fucking beat. No, not even I guess. I even talked about this last night. Fennec got pissy because he took a server announcement in my server to be personally directed at him and to mean that, like, I was going to punish him for some reason. And so he went online and went, hey, who's underage who's spoken to Courtney? I want to talk to you. Which, that's kind of weird, first of all. And then he made 2 different servers to call them safe spaces for Courtney's underage victims, which is weird because you're over 20 and you're making a Discord for like specifically for minors. Fucking weird when you're gonna say, oh, Courtney has minors in her Discord. 8. There is 8 below the age of 18. Cigarette or bong? And fucking showed some screenshots of a single Discord conversation where this kid had messaged me asking me, like, verbatim, the question was, am I broken if I've never orgasmed before? And I answered the question, and you can even see in the screenshots, it says, I'm going to answer this as clinically as possible, and I'm going to answer it how, like, the health teachers in my answered these same questions when, you know, my peers and I were asking these questions. I'm going to give you the answer I was given. And, like Fennec wants to call me a groomer and that I was talking sexually with a child based on that. Now, obviously, I shouldn't have answered the question. I should have just been like, I am not the person to ask. You need to move on, kid, or just deleted it and moved on. Obviously. If I get that now. If I could go back and just not answer that question, I'd go back and not answer that question. And then there's the insistence that I'm grooming Bon because Bon called me mom for like, I don't know, 6 months or something, I don't know. Like, oh, Courtney wants Discord kids. No, I fucking don't. And like, wait, what did you say there? No, LOL, I've got a groomer to find goes to groom minors for information. Seriously. And like, I don't want to blame the kids because they're fucking kids and they just had someone go, hey, what did you talk about? And I didn't read through the whole doc because it was fucking just a bunch of bullshit, to be quite honest. And a lot of it seemed like Fennec having some borderline sus conversations with kids to convince them that something happened that they didn't. And all of it constantly tied back to Fennec talking about my groomer, my groomer, my groomer did this, my groomer did that. So it just kind of felt like Fennec venting his personal feelings about his personal grooming onto me. Because his groomer was in contact with his parents. So when Courtney talked to someone's parents, she must be the same as my groomer. Like, how do you know? I talked to this kid's mom to be like, yeah, I am an adult that your kid just started talking to online, and they came to me because this dude's been trying to groom them and like send them inappropriate shit and like talk to them sexually. And this guy used to try to groom me and send me dick pics when I was under the age of 18 on Facebook, and he's using the same name and the same face pic. So like, yeah, when your kid was like, hey, this is happening with this guy, I went, oh my God, I know this dude to a certain extent. And I had a conversation with the mom and was like, I understand, I'm just a stranger on the internet and you don't have to take this seriously, but you really should take it seriously who your kid's talking to on the internet. And the mom took it seriously. Like, we had a like hour-long conversation, and then this kid turned around and had cut me off on Discord and everything else because their mom started paying attention to who they were talking to on the internet. And Fennec's gonna turn around and say, that's Courtney trying to groom a kid by literally giving the mother every reason to have her cut me off as well as the other person that's grooming them to just make sure their kid's not talking to adults at all. I equipped the mother with knowledge and tools and resources to actually protect their kid online from anybody, myself included, if the mother feels so inclined to. That's me trying to groom a kid, Fennec? Are you serious there, bud? Have you lost the plot there, hon? Like, what are you doing? Being posed the question at all is not a crime. Kids need adults to talk to. Yeah, and I mean, like, honestly, if I could go back, I wouldn't answer the question. I'd be like, yeah, you should probably ask, like, a teacher at school. Maybe she's like a school counselor, your mom. I don't know, not me. If I could go back, I'd tell the kid, sorry, can't help you. Someone more appropriate would be like your parent or your school teachers or guidance counselors, but not a stranger on the internet. And obviously I fumbled that one, but no, but like, yeah, I fumbled that one. And then people can call me out on that. They can sit there and be like, well, why did you even answer the question? And I'll sit there and be like, yeah, that's fair. Why did I answer the question? I can't tell you. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Thought I was doing right by answering it clinically, and clearly the right thing would have been just to not answer at all. Live and learn. And I'm not gonna sit here and like name names or anything, especially with these kids, because like I don't want them to get shit or hate or feel any type of way because of something somebody else may have convinced them to think. Like, I don't know what kind of shit Fennec said to these kids before he got, like, screenshots out of them. And, like, I'm sorry, but for the kid whose mom I talked to and who was told to cut me off and who obviously didn't get rid of the conversations, like, kid, it's not my fault that you keep doing stupid shit on the internet after multiple people have tried to steer you in the right direction, your own fucking mother included. Like, you are looking for trouble. And I can't help you, and I'm not going to try. Case in point, you're still speaking to adults on the fucking internet and joining Discord servers with random fucking adults on the internet. Like, Jesus Christ. And then Bond's the other example that they use. So they're like, oh, Courtney, Bond's kid in Courtney Discord server. Yeah. Yeah. There's like 8 of them in my Discord server. I've said that. It's not a sexual Discord server. It's not a Discord server where we talk about where we have conversations that kids really shouldn't be a part of. And most of the conversation that happens is either about the art that somebody in the server did, random shooting the shit in general chat, and talking about Lily. And yeah, considering kids are who she targets, it's important to have them in the conversation about what she does and how she does it. I used to do a board game meetup at a store since it was a game shop. It was all ages, and I talked to kids' parents. Sometimes adults talk to kids' parents because it's the responsible thing. Like, exactly. Like, I grew up calling my best friend's mom, Mom. At the same time, I'd rather piss off, like, a few random adults on the internet than, like, not potentially help a kid that's being groomed, you know? Like, in terms of the kid who was like, hey, so this person is doing these things to me. Like, I'm always gonna answer that message. Sorry, not sorry. Um, Except Venus. So, like, I don't know, adults can be pissed off all they want. They can be more pissed off about the fucking fact that there's adults on here grooming kids to begin with. I mean, that's understandable there, Venus. I hope you feel better. But like I said in the Discord, you're grieving. You're grieving, you're mourning. It's still a death of some sort, so one day at a time, my dear. So many people are set out to demonize, vilify normal human interactions. Yeah. Like, there's some people who are just of the opinion that, like, you shouldn't talk to kids online, period, point blank, about anything ever. And like, I'm sorry, but considering not everybody is going to adhere to that, especially the people who want to prey on children, if all of the responsible people who are not going to prey on children just simply stop interacting with children online, the only that it's not going to stop all adults from interacting with children. You're just taking away the only safe avenue that they might have to get out or avoid it, and you're shoving them into the arms of the people who want to take advantage of them. Kids are going to seek out people to talk to. Kids are going to seek out the validation of somebody older than them constantly. And as an adult online who's going to be on social media or in social spaces or in, like, all age fucking places, you can either be a responsible part of that or you can be a irresponsible part of the problem. Because either way, kids are going to try and get validation and seek what they do not have elsewhere, and the internet is the easiest place to do that. And as a responsible adult, you have an opportunity in an all ages space to help guide kids in a better direction on how to do that without endangering themselves. Like, I raised my ex's kid for 5 years. Yeah, I know how to talk to a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old. I know appropriate activities to, like, entertain a child because I've raised one. Everybody, when they're out and you see a baby, you start making faces at it to make that baby giggle. Everybody does that. A baby smiles and waves at you. You're gonna smile and wave back. Does that suddenly make you a fucking predator? Dangerous adults I spoke to online as a kid were the ones who would give us answers Other adults didn't. I wish there had been more protective, more people in place. Wish had been more in place to protect us. Exactly. It's like saying that like you should never talk to a child ever or interact with a child online because some people use the internet to groom people is like saying cops shouldn't exist because crime is bad and shouldn't happen. We know crime is bad and shouldn't happen. The point is people still do it, so we need something to combat that. We need something to counteract it. We need something for someone to go to. And clearly these kids aren't going to go to their parents right away because if they were comfortable enough going to their parents, they wouldn't be seeking out these interactions online to begin with. For most of these kids, it's already been so normalized to seek this shit out on the internet instead of anywhere in their personal life that sometimes all it takes is a responsible adult going, you know, there's better avenues than this to deal with these things, right? 9 times out of 10, when kids came to me with problems like about abuse or shit that they were dealing with or questions they had, I sent them helplines. Helplines specified to the shit that they needed. I did more of sending resources to people than I ever did answering questions or giving instruction. I've had a lot of people come to me with suicidal ideation that I didn't sit there and talk them through personally myself. I let them feel heard in the moment and then gave them resources. Exactly, Venus. You work with kids. You know how to talk with children. So, like, of course, if a kid's going to interact with you, you're not just going to cold shoulder that kid. You're just going to snap into, like, I know how to interact with kids appropriately mode. I'm still a fan of My Little Pony. I love My Little Pony. I will be right back, though, because I have to go to the bathroom. Enjoy the music.
You were the shadow to my light. Did you feel us? Another star, you fade away. Afraid our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in my fantasy? Where are you now? Were you only imaginary? Where are you now? Under the sea, under the sea. Where are you now? Under the tree. The monsters running wild inside.
It's cold in my house. 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 It's so cold in my house. I got no heat. Thermostat broke. Thermos, not thermos. I'm back. Hello. I never cared about MLP. I mean, that's fine. It had a target demographic for a reason. Oh, that's too low. There we go. Ooh. It's so cold in my house, guys. Never got into it during the cartoon renaissance, and the other adults were already giving me bad vibes. That's fair. I never interacted with the fandom. I just watched it online. I just watched it and went, I like My Little Pony. Talked with my friends about it. That's about it. It's so cold. What the fucking glare is on my camera either. I don't know. Wait, what did you say there, Ruan? Ruan, that's how you say it. Fuck, I just said it wrong. Yeah, I'm a visibly queer adult, and queer teens will want to seek such people for validation, especially if they aren't getting it at home, and rather they come to someone who can at least just put them in contact. Fuck, where'd it go? With resources like myself and flock to even a dipshit like Ethel, who's a power-hungry control freak, who's more likely to use that kid's pain for narcissistic fuel. Exactly. Have you considered a space heater for your room? I'm not like, yeah, I'm gonna invest in getting us a space heater, but we still gotta fix the furnace. And it's Saturday, so probably can't even fucking attempt to do anything about it until Monday. And it sucks. Because it also costs money. Space heaters cost money as well, and given we don't know how much the fucking furnace is going to end up costing us, we're a little hesitant to spend any money at the moment. That's why I'm sitting here hunched up right now and cold. It's like 13 degrees in my house. But it beats being outside, don't get me wrong, but it's not a great time because like the furnace is the most fucking expensive thing in the house. And we're already sick and tired of being here. The space is too big. It's like we don't need all this space. It's so fucking expensive to maintain. And we just can't wait to get out of here, and the furnace not working is just not great. Oh, I should like set a goal or something. Encourage people. Send me money! No, I would say I'm joking, but I don't think I am. I think I'm serious. I'm so cold in my house, and I have no hot water. Oh, those warming thingamajiggers. Spend most of my time in bed, to be quite honest, because it's warm in there. My blanket's nice and warm. Oh my god, your grandma just leaves the flames on the stove to warm up the house. They need to not do that if it's a gas stove. Like, oh my gosh, that's how you die from carbon monoxide poisoning. How much would a space heater cost? I think the cheapest ones I've seen were like 40, $50. New Year's resolutions to get out of this house. Money you say, Shala, you already gave me $2, but thank you. Try becoming a video game streamer. I do occasionally play games. It depends on my energy levels and just you girls have been cold and depressed lately. The holidays were a bad time for me. My surrogate mother had her heart attack on Christmas Eve and then died on New Year's. So that kind of put a damper on the holidays. Facebook, they're like 20, $30. Oh, just check Facebook Marketplace then. And then it was also the first Christmas without my mother-in-law because she dropped dead in May. So we're coming up on a year on that as well. My childish brain keeps thinking it's space themed. Like, no, it's called a space heater because it heats up the space around it. Yeah. Like, to be fair, like I'm not. It's 13 degrees. It's livable. Oh gosh, another make that $4 and a video game. Technically six. Now and a game. Jesus, you sent me another game. Wait, what? Are you talking to Ghost Kitty? No, Ghost Kitty's not 11. I think Ghost Kitty's like Cinnamon's age. Are you like 11? Why are you here? Bob, people can ask you the same question. You're like 17. Uh, Space Kitty. No, wait. Did I just read that wrong? Showed up. Oh, Hailstorm. Oh, Jesus, thank you for the $20. Damn. You guys are sweet. I'm gonna get me a space heater now. Ghost Kitty, that's what it is, not Space Kitty. Ghost Kitty. Ghost Kitty popped up when Ant first made his his first community post about how he was so worried about me because I was streaming at the time. It just said empty. Oh no. Oops. What am I clicking on? Sorry, I'm reading comments. I just stopped talking out of nowhere. My bad. Um, but yeah, no, Ghost Kitty came around when Ant started his shit, and it's just been in and about ever since. And I don't know this kid at all, but kid makes me smile kind of way. Dude, I think Ghost Kitty's adorable, to be quite honest. It's one of the she's one of the few kids I've run into that like just genuine seems to just genuinely be a child on the internet and doesn't like try to act like they're older or something. And I just there's something so wholesomely pure about that to me. It's I know like I don't know jack shit about this kid. I just based this off of the comments, but it's the way she insists on saying Miss and Mister. It's just I think it's cute. In a I don't know you at all sort of way, and I mean this like as if you were a parrot on the internet singing and baking pancakes. The online persona that Ghost Kitty has is just very seems very wholesome and sweet, and it just makes me smile a little bit, to be honest. Keep talking, it's making it better, Courtney. I love it. Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to go out tomorrow and find a space here because I can put on layers, but I mean the cats are fine, but I still kind of get sad thinking about the fact that like um there's no heat for the kitty cats. It's okay, bye. That's just how you are sometimes, kid. You're real blunt. You don't got much of a filter, to be quite honest. You remind me a lot of me when I was young. I have a tiny um, magnifying glass. Oh, come on, it'll absolutely work on the camera. I'm gonna make this work, I promise. There it is. My face. My glorious face. That's a clip. That's a clip right there. Yeah, Aunt made a lot of people pop into that stream to be like, yo, what the fuck's going on? And I was pissed off in that stream and I was just letting it go. So a lot of people came in and were like, oh my God, girl, you're scaring me. And it's like, okay, be scared. Oh my God, girl, you don't know me. This is the good thing about kids. They're blunt and honest because they haven't developed a social filter yet. And no shade. I mean this like completely innocently, I swear to God. It's the funny thing about teenagers too, because like, and I'm speaking from like experience from like my own mindset when I was like 16, 17 years old. That's the age where you're like, I'm an adult. What are you talking about? I know things. I'm gonna tell you how it is. Even if you're not trying to be that way, there's like the reason, a good portion of the reason why teenagers always get brushed off as like, oh, you've just got hormones rampant. Oh no, the baby. You've just got hormones rampant and blah 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 and puberty, this and that. Is because there is actually a certain part of being pubescent where like your amygdala takes over. And the in your brain, your amygdala is the more primitive part of your brain, so it kind of controls like rage and like outbursts and shit like that. So when you have like a really aggressive or like emotional outburst, typically it's because your amygdala is overriding your prefrontal cortex. And your prefrontal cortex is what dictates logic and like is where your emotional regulation and shit comes from. So when your amygdala, and this happens with adults too, like it's not just specific to kids, it's just this happens a lot more during puberty, is where your amygdala will just override your prefrontal cortex and you're just doing everything off of emotion and off of gut reaction and instinct instead of like somewhere more based in logic. Because literally the angry monkey brain part of your brain is taken over. It's exactly what it felt like. They're as old as they've ever been, and they're figuring out how to have more feelings. Yeah, like there's more feelings. There's more like vocabulary, and like teenagers are given a lot more like responsibility than kids are. So it very much feels like you are a fully fledged adult because when you're 16, 17, you're choosing your own high school courses. You're thinking about college. You're contemplating the idea of moving out. You're starting to buy things. Maybe you're starting to pay bills. You get a job. You start making money. You learn about taxes. Like a lot of that is very empowering when you're young and you're just like, I'm stepping my foot into the adult world. So yeah, it's pretty easy when you're that age going through that to be like, well, no, now I'm part of the adult world and I know things. And then you hit, 30 and you're like, I've been an adult for 10 years and I don't know shit. Means Batman and Princess Magic. Yes. See, the great thing with Batman is he loves to be tucked in. So, like, if he's laying down, I can just put something on him and tuck him in, and he'll just like, oh, yes, absolutely, and go into his little cave. Sometimes he'll do it himself. He'll tuck himself into the blankets. Magic is still coming around to the idea. Usually, if I put something over her, she'll get up and leave. But last night, earlier today, I covered her with a blanket, and she just stayed there for hours, so I think she's starting to learn that the blankets are warm. And it helps that I'm a heat pump, despite the fact that I'm like cold right now. Always fucking cold. I mean, it's not freezing. It's just not comfortably warm. It's like it's kind of chilly in the air and on the floor. So you need a couple layers. As someone who will turn 30 next month, is as bad as I fear it'll be. Oh, welcome to 30. I mean, it's not that bad. It's just, I don't know, the realizations that come to you seem so fucking obvious. It's just like, why did it take me this long? There's just so many realizations that come in your 30s, as well as the fact that your body's like, hey, we're an adult now. So, like, welcome to the world of you're gonna cough wrong and then be sore for 3 fucking days because of it. Like, it was shortly after my 30th birthday. I was laying in bed with a boyfriend and I coughed and I pulled something in my side. I don't know what the fuck I did. I was in the most pain I've ever been in my life. My boyfriend went, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. I think I coughed wrong. I didn't know that was possible. And he's just like, yeah, welcome to 30. Now I just sleep wrong and I wake up sore and like sleeping was the one thing I had mastered and now I don't know how to do that right. Like, oh, it's not bad. It's just so annoying, man. You hit 30 and you're just like, oh, I get everything everyone's ever said to me now. Hmm. I'm gonna process the pain. I want to be a whole adult, but my poor bones. Did that too, except I was driving. Exactly. There's just like, there was a cat named Willow. There was Magic. Okay, so, oh, Ghost Kitty wants to know the cats. Oh, these were not my cats. These were someone else's cats, okay? A crazy cat lady. God first, may she rest in peace, but the woman was a cat lady. There was Magic, Mystic, Willow, Fluff, Coco, Shadow, Pinterest, and Phoebe. That was all the cats. Now, Phoebe, okay, so they all have very different personalities too. So, Magic and Mystic and Pinterest. No, Magic, Mystic, Pinterest, and Willow were adopted from the SPCA. Magic was a kitten, Mystic was a kitten, Pin was a kitten, and Willow was a pregnant stray that was found on the street, and she was brought in with kittens. And once they had weaned off and adopted out her kittens, Willow was then adopted into the family. This was all long before I came along, by the way. I just know the details. And then Fluff and Coco were a bonded pair that came from a neighbor she had who had to move, and they were going to stay on a friend's couch, so they couldn't keep the cats. So they're like, "Hey, can you watch them until I get back on my feet?" And then they just never came and took the cats back. Or I think by the time they did it, it'd been a couple of years, and my mother-in-law was like, "No, they're my cats now. They're fine." They were sweethearts. Shadow was very similar to Fluff and Coco, except for he was found abandoned in an apartment I think in the same building that they lived in. Somebody had moved out and just left the cat there, and they found him with like no food and no water. Corange. Orange Courtney. Corange. I love that. That's so funny. So he's a very, very clingy cat. Shadow's still around. He's with my boyfriend's sister. It's actually her cat. And so he's super clingy because he has like emotional separation. He's got separation anxiety. The cat's so clingy because he was just left abandoned, and they took him in when they found him because my mother-in-law rescued cats, basically. They thought he was a girl for a good while because he had one undistended, is that the word? Yeah, testicle. So they thought he was a girl until they went in to get him spayed, and the vet was like, "No, he's a boy." And then, who else is left? Phoebe was a feral cat, actually. She was a street cat. I'm not entirely sure how she came to be with my mother-in-law, but you didn't see Phoebe. Phoebe was constantly out of sight and, like, kept to herself because she was basically feral. She wasn't an aggressive feral, but she was not acclimated to humans. She was basically just living there so that she didn't live outside. Not through lack of trying. I mean, everyone tried to be sweet to Phoebe. Phoebe just had no interest in it, and she ended up passing in this house. She was old, though, and, she had a better life than she did on the street, so there's that at least. And then Pinterest they got Pinterest to replace Phoebe. Who am I leaving out? Am I leaving out anyone? Magic was the first kitten that she got because my mother-in-law had a cat that she loved, a black cat whose name was Rascal. And that cat was like the love of her life, but Rascal died. We have the ashes next to her ashes. And she's been and she went and tried to replace Rascal, basically, find a cat that was similar or just would fill the spot in her heart, and that's where Magic and Mystic, that's where the two of them came along. She good tasting cat name. She did. When she adopted Mystic, when he was 5-6 months old, I think he was just a baby when she adopted him. His name was Burbank. That's what his name was. That's what his adopted name was at the SPCA. His name was Burbank, and she changed it to Mystic, and it was a much better name. My boyfriend had a cat that he adopted off the street before, and his name was Gums because he had no teeths. Because he was old and feral and toothless. I saw someone in chat say they had a cat named Vermin. My ex used to have a cat named Vermin, actually. My ex also had a cat named Not Yours. He had a list, though. He had a list of all his ex-pet names on his arm tattooed. I've had a lot of animals, so, like, to list the names and tattoos would be insane. Because, like, Jesus Christ, let's see if I can name them off the top of my head. There was Lacey when we were growing up. And then we got Drake the gerbil. And then of the fish, we only named the catfish Sam, and the shark's name was Jar Jar. Then we got Jack, shortly after we put Lacey down. Then I had hash. Then, oh fuck. Then I moved in then I met the ex-husband. So then technically I had hobo. And then we moved to Ontario and we got Batman. And then we got the hamster cutie. And then came the zoo of animals, which was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Can I name them all? Jay and Silent Bob were the guinea pigs. Krusty, Bozo, Pennywise, Pea Pants, and one other clown. One other clown named were the hermit crabs. Eileen was the crocodile gecko. Bundy was the bearded dragon. What do we name the lobster? No, the lobster. Was the lobster Krusty? We did like. No, the lobster's name wasn't Krusty. I can't remember the lobster's name. Oh fuck, I'm losing names here. Penn and Teller were the budgies. Casper was one snake. What was my rat snake's name? Oh, what was my rat snake's name? Gacy? Yeah, Gacy was my rat snake. Lobster? Well, technically it was a crayfish. It was an electric blue crayfish, but yes, we had a pet lobster. He was an escape artist too. We called him Houdini. Actually, his name was Houdini because he used to get out of his tank all the time. We'd fucking go out and we'd come home and Houdini wouldn't be in his tank and he was like, where the fuck's the lobster? We're like, did he shed? Like, where is he? What the hell? And then like 5 minutes later, he'd come crawling out from under the couch and like, hey, I was exploring. Can I go home now? Well, I convinced my ex-husband to do like 10 years of back taxes and he got like 7 grand back from the government and he went wild at an exotic pet shop and it fucked us over entirely. It was horrible. I hated it so much. My days consisted of just nothing but taking care of animals. Oh, there's also Food and Algernon were the rats. I'm pretty good with my animals. I've had ups and downs. So I've struggled with litter box problems because motivation issues before, but I'm good with my animals. Like I train my animals just inadvertently. Like my guinea pigs. So back when we had a shitload of animals, most of them were tank animals or cage animals, but the rodents were all free range. So was Batman. And like the bearded dragon spent a lot of time out of her cage. Like my guinea pigs didn't have a cage. They just like they had a spot that I had sectioned off for them on their own little mat on the floor with like enclosures and like things that had their hay and their fucking shavings to fucking fuck around with and sleep on and lay on. I had something to strap their water bottle to, and their bowl, their food bowl was there, and they had a container where their hay would be in, but they didn't actually have like an enclosure with walls. We didn't need one. I mean, they started out with one, but because Batman was so interested in them in the beginning, they always I always kind of once I realized that he wasn't going to be a threat to the guinea pigs, I always let him have access to them, and it just kind of became easier to just kind of let them be free range. Which inherently sounds gross. Like, I know a lot of people are thinking, oh my god, so you just had, like, guinea pigs running around all over the floor and, like, pooping everywhere. Nope. Nope. They stayed in their little area. They stayed in their little enclosure. If they ever wandered out of it for even a second, Batman would come running and, like, start bapping their butts to be like, no, 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 this is your spot. They stayed in their spot. You know, if they wanted interaction, they wanted like someone to come play with them, they'd go to like the edge of their cardboard and start like weeking and throwing their head up and like calling for you because they knew they just stayed in their spot. I didn't have to worry about them chewing cords. I didn't have to worry about them wandering when I was asleep. They just chilled in their spot. Same with the rats. I had 2 rats and like they had a cage set up. But that thing was constantly, it wasn't constantly open. I closed them in at night. I would, because they're little shitheads sometimes. But like, if I was awake and in the house, that cage was open, and if they wanted to, those rats could have gone anywhere in the fucking house. But they didn't. They chose of their own volition to stay in their little cage enclosures because they had everything they needed there. And if they wanted my attention, they would stand on the edge of the cages and just wait till I walked by and start, like, pawing at me. Batman. No, back to Arkham. Yep. And like Batman loved his pigs though. Like if I was in their area doing anything, changing their water, putting food in their bowl, putting hay in their thing, and they started making noise because I was giving them attention, he'd come running and be like, "What are you doing with my pigs? My pigs are okay? You treat my pigs good?" Okay, those were his pigs, to be quite honest. Um And yeah, like the rats, I would close them into the one part of the cage that closed for the, like at nighttime because I just didn't trust those little shits to be quite honest when I couldn't visually like if my eyes were closed. But even during the day when the cages were open, like they just chilled in their cage spots. I wasn't tripping over animals because they were in their spots. They had what they needed. And they were perfectly content and happy. Same with Batman. Like Batman has always known what surfaces he's allowed to go on and what surfaces he's not. Like, he knows he's allowed to climb up on my chair and climb up on my furniture and climb up on my bed or a couch if I had one. But he knows he's not allowed on tables. He knows he's not allowed on countertops. He knows he's not allowed on coffee tables or shit like that. So even when he had four legs, he was never up on them. It never really was a big of a problem because it's just when he started it, it was just kind of really just simple to redirect him and positive association and shit. If you just keep the animal happy, they don't go searching for needs elsewhere. So like I've always been good with my animals, but dear God, I'd never have that many again. It's 11:30. I've smoked all my cigarettes. I might, I said this earlier, but I am actually going to wrap up soon because I do have to cook dinner. And the boyfriend's probably missing me. Hello, Max. You pop right back in as I'm saying I'm probably going to end this fairly soon. I don't know, I'm running out of things to talk about. What do you guys want to vent about? Anybody got something they want to pop off about? I don't know. Collins. You were Collins today. Just finished a 9-hour drive. Let's go. Oh, fuck. 9-hour drive. That's brutal. I don't even know what I'm making for dinner tonight. I'm gonna make crab dinner and hot dogs after I finish this stream, but that's for an in-between snack. It's for breakfast. Yes, I know, it's probably insane. Oh my god, you're cooking dinner at 11:30 at night. Yeah, well, I didn't get up until 4 o'clock. I missed 90% of the stream. Let's recap and get angry again. No. I mean, that's fair, that's okay. They kind of go all over the place. Yeah, I'd say they go all over the place, especially when I'm ranting, venting, whatever you want to call it. When your girl is angry, she pops off. Most of it was me going over certain narratives about me that are going around. Anyone else, when they get frustrated, have everything they're angry or upset about come flooding out, even if it was cool for a bit? I mean, I've seen people do that, and to me, that's a sign that you're probably repressing a lot of things that you're angry about in general. So the few times it does come out, everything comes out at once. It's like a floodgates thing from my opinion. Quick 3-minute recap. I never had not safe for work channels in my server that weren't age gated. And the narrative that I had a honor system rule to a not safe for work channel in my server is incorrect. It was a weed chat channel. It's called the Stoner Clubhouse. It's for talking about weed and smoking weed and edibles and for people to ask questions about weed. And that was unage gated for all of 2 days until I figured out how to do it, assign age roles, and lock out anyone who I wasn't comfortable giving information about weed to. I also do not have Discord children. I do not want Discord children. I do not try to have Discord children or internet children. I am not an internet parent. I am nobody's fucking mother. What else? What else? What else? Oh yeah, the other thing I recapped was someone is claiming that I talked sexually with a child and instructed them on how to masturbate, and that's just flat out fucking false because I didn't. I had one kid ask me flat out if they were broken because they never orgasmed, and I answered that question in a clinical way that was answered to very similar to how, sorry, and answered that in a clinical way similar to how it was answered when those questions were asked when I was in school and our fucking health teachers were teaching us this shit, so I repeated that. And people have a problem that I answered the question, which is fine. You can have a problem with the fact that I answered the question. I regret answering the question. But I did not instruct a child on how to masturbate. I didn't tell a child to masturbate. That's not at all what happened. No, my hair is orange. It's like kind of peekaboo orange. And it's not as, at all as vibrant on camera as it is in real life. This is like neon orange. You just can't tell because my lighting is shit. Well, my camera's crap. See if I can get the orange to look more oh, that looks more orange. Yeah. But yeah, it's part of, it's like kind of like a peekaboo orange because I didn't even have orange dye. Good night, Venus. Good luck. It looks like I dipped my hair in Cheeto dust. It really does, though. It's actually like flaming hot Cheeto orange, and I kind of love it. I want my hair, I had pink and yellow, neon pink and neon yellow hair dye left over, and I mixed them together, and I just enough to do this part of my hair. The, like, under peekaboo parts. I've seen the rumors. I didn't look into them because people are always finding a reason to be mad at you. And the rumors stem from, like, the document that Fennec made, and released on my birthday. And the document, which has since been deleted, and Fennec went and deleted his traceable fucking presence online because he stands by what he says to the point he's gonna fucking delete it all. Because, like, I'm sorry, you as someone in your 20s went and intentionally sought out a bunch of children to speak to so that you can turn around and call me a groomer who speaks inappropriately with children? Like, bro, I'm not sitting here going, hey kids, do you have trauma? Come and join my Discord server and tell me all about it. I'm gonna make a YouTube video and share all of your non-disclosed trauma with my friends. That's you, Fennec, not me. And like 90% of the document is Fennec going, my abuser did this, so Courtney is this person. No? Another thing he said was like, Courtney's ableist and called my body a nightmare and said all kinds of shit about my joint disorder. No, Fennec, you were in my server constantly making jokes about your own joint disorder, and like I even said at one point, because you went into such graphic detail about how many of your joints come out of like how many things you have dislocate in a day, or when something dislocates, or how it dislocates, or what it looks like or feels like or sounds like when it dislocates. And I mentioned that I have an issue with like a dislocated joint, like it kind of fucking grosses me the fuck out. So I was kind of asking you to tone it down a little bit. And you responded by doubling down and sending more things, like, oh, well then I won't tell you about how my rib just popped out of, just dislocated because I laughed. And I responded with, I didn't even know that's possible. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. Is your server not money gated? That's new, to be fair. It wasn't at first. But the only way you can get in, like initially the only way to get into my server was to contact me and ask for an invite. And at that point, there were 4 kids in my server under the age of 18. And to be quite honest, I can't remember exactly the circumstances into how they got an invite. I know it had to do with the fact that when I made the server initially, it's because I was in Poppy's server and someone else's server at the time. I can't exactly remember who. And they had rules in their server for specifically for people to not talk about Lily whatsoever. And I also had people wanting to ask me questions, so I made my Discord server that people could contact me to join, so that one, they had a space where they can go, like, vent about Lily and talk about Lily, because other places were like, no, you're not allowed to talk about that here because you might trigger people. So it's like, alright, well, here's a spot where you can get shit off your chest, where that's the point of it, so if you're triggered, don't go there. And also, if you want, like, people wanted to ask me questions, any questions that I could fucking answer, people could, reach out, join the server, and then ask me the questions. Or see the answers to questions that were already asked. Yeah, fennec foxes are adorable. So, I'm pretty sure the, like, 3 or 4 kids that were there came in directly to do with talking about shit about Lily, because I know Bon was a fan of Lily. One of the other ones was an ex-fan of Lily. One was a friend of one of the ex-fans of Lily. And I can't remember exactly how the 4th one came in. But yeah, like I wasn't going around going, this is a space for victims of my sister to come vent their, like, talk about their trauma. It was like, hey, if you guys want to vent about how dumb my sister is because no one else will let you do it, you can do it here. Because I'm doing it too. This is why making one-to-one comparisons to people in your past is a mistake. I mean, yeah. And a lot of Fennec's issues with me had to do with, like, my groomer did this, so this means Courtney is grooming this kid. And, like, I'm sorry, does that mean you went and sat there and talked to a bunch of, like, kids, some of which I know are, like, 13, 14 years old, and you basically convinced them that somebody groomed them when they didn't? Why are you, like, imposing trauma on somebody like that? That's not being a safe adult online, Fennec. That's trying to, like, that's trying to convince people to feel the way you do about your grooming to a situation in their life that you weren't there for, and they're, like, don't actually know what happened. Like, it's so fucking stupid. If you're gonna sit there and go, my abuser did this thing, so this thing is indicative of abusers, that's like Lily saying, oh, Courtney said a bad thing about me, so that means she's really the fucking abuser. Just no. Oh, welcome, Max. I'll have to post in your Discord link. And then a student of me is got in from YouTube who isn't in the Discord. Yeah, true. And, like, that's the other thing, the 4 other kids, because I said there's like 8 minors in my server, the 4 other kids, they got in from gifted subs. I just love the fact that, like, if I have to age gate something because it's about weed, you should probably be age gating every one of your streams where you're talking about doing whippets. Even if you're not actually doing whippets, you're still, like, breaking down what they are, where to get them, how to do them, and what they do to you. And, like, if me having an unage-gated weed chat's a big deal, then having an unage-gated whippets chat live on stream is probably a big deal too, you'd think. Wait, could you message me on Discord for a link? Yeah, I can do that. I usually just post it as a members only post so that only the members can see it. Fat bong rip. Excuse me. It was a bit longer of a 3-minute recap, but that's pretty much what we went over. Excuse me again. And then I bitched about Sai. And then we talked about Lily for a hot minute. Because she's posted she's got posts on her Tumblr about fucking eating pussy again, which is great. We love that, don't we? Because let's just normalize those conversations with our minor audience. Coast Kitty says, me, Cinnamons, and Bonneberry are the kids who cause havoc in the chat. That's mostly Sentiments and Bonneberry. I'm the kid in the background secretly stealing the cookie jar. Body shaming your bong rip now too? Hell no, we love fat bong rips. Listen, fat is only an insult if you are insecure about your weight. So, honest to God, fat is only an insult if you're insecure about your weight. So, my bong ain't insecure about her weight. She knows she's heavy enough to kill somebody and she's happy with it. So am I. She takes fat as a compliment. Case in point, like, when Lily was calling Sai fat, Sai didn't give a shit because she's not insecure about her weight. There's plenty of plus size girls online where they'll respond to a comment calling them fat and they're like, I don't give a fucking shit, dude. I am fat, so what? Because it's not an insult because they're not insecure about their weight. So, like, in all honesty, you take a lot of power out of insults by just, like, not being insecure about the thing. And, like, if you yourself are on the heavier side, like, in reality, who gives a shit? I keep saying this, there's over 8 billion people in the world. There are millions of people. There's like millions of people who think you are perfectly fine and beautiful and attractive and desirable just the way you are. It just so happens that percentage is not the tiny, like, minuscule percentage that makes up Hollywood and dictates media. So, like, yeah, you're not going to see it on TV, and, like, idiots online are going to be idiots online. But there's still millions of people out there who would die to be with you. You just don't know yet because you haven't run into them, or you're just too busy looking in a different direction while they're looking at you like, that's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. It's true. I've been all kinds of sizes. I was a chunky kid. I've been underweight. I'm still technically underweight. I'm like 132 pounds now. No, I'm 134 pounds now, so fucking A. I'm happy about that because I'm underweight. I've been severely underweight. I've been overweight. I've grew up with a fucking, obese father. Don't matter. My dad was fat his whole fucking life, and his wife was skinny. His wife was pretty when they were married, too. Don't matter. All it boils down to the sex is not love thing. Also, I found out I'm fat. You know why? Pizza pie. Yeah. You into fitness? I'm into fitness. Whole pizza in my mouth. I'm fat on the inside. That's why I'm at the gym getting stronger. The fat loss is a bonus, right? Dad bods are a thing. I'm over 200 and I don't give a fuck about people calling me fat. Okay, but like, how tall are you, Max? Why would you share that info with your audience? No, seriously, I don't understand your logic. Is there logic? Well, yeah. The thing is, Ghost Kitty, that's a grooming tactic. That's exactly what that is. That is exactly what people mean when they talk about Lily uses her platform to groom people. Because just by making that a casual post, it sets up the dynamic that it's normal for Lily to be talking about her sexual interests and proclivities and activities with her fan base, be they minors or not. So to the minors that are in her fan base, they're taking that as normal for an adult to be speaking to them that way, so that when she starts to ramp it up to be more sexual or more directed at them, they're not going to have a red flag that's raised, or they're going to inherently ignore their red flags because it's already been normalized to them. Under 5, like 4'10", I believe. Short little guy. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, for your joint's sake. I mean, the metrics, I think, would classify that as overweight. But again, if you don't care, you don't fucking care. You're the one that's gonna live with you every day. I'm underweight, and I'm just worried about that because, like, I'm like 30. I don't need to be struggling with health issues later on down the road. I already smoke. I already gotta deal with that. I don't want severe muscle mass loss by the time I'm 50. I gotta pay more attention to that. And in all honesty, if you're like fat and in your 20s, who gives a shit? You're in your 20s. Your body is gonna change so much by the time you're 30 and 40 anyway. You got time to change. Who cares? I don't mean you have to change, but you know, for certain things like your heart, your lungs, and your joints, you should keep that in mind for your own sake. But that's just so you don't suffer just by existing, because bones! I don't know. I'm losing the plot myself at this point. I'm running out of steam. Most of that shit is just like typical bullying to me. And like I said earlier, bullying is simply just words and names, and they only have the power that you give them. Like, if you genuinely don't care that somebody thinks you're a bitch, it's not gonna bother you at all when they say, I think you're a bitch. It's just like, okay, I don't care. And I mean, like, I've carried that kind of mentality from childhood. Like, I got bullied when I was a kid. I got bullied. People attempted to bully me. But I also fucking had siblings who also bullied me, so, like, whatever. And that was just kind of it's how I dealt with it. It's like, Courtney, your dinner. I know. That's how I would deal with it. It was just, you know, kids would come to me, you're fat, you're this, you're that, you're this name, you're that name, and it's just like, okay. And I don't care. Whatever, my guy. I've heard worse. I've said worse about myself. My dad said worse to me this morning. Like, what are you smoking? And it just takes all the power out of it, because, like, they think they've really done something, and when they don't get the reaction that they want, they're just like, well, now what? I don't know what to do now. But the second you get emotional about something, like they call you fat, and you're like, no, I'm not fat. Well, then they're getting what they want. They're like, oh, this bothers you. Well, I'm gonna keep poking now because it bothers you. But if you just, okay, and then they'll move on. They'll leave you alone because they're not getting the reaction that they want. And to be honest, it's a perfect opportunity to start practicing comebacks. Because nothing will disarm a bully faster than a quippy little comeback. Something else I started in childhood. You know? Kids with this one girl in particular really tried to bully me throughout, like, all the way through like elementary, junior high, and high school. Like, this girl just did not like me. And she started off by calling me fat. It was always, Courtney, you're so fat. And one day I just responded to her with, listen, Shania, I'm sorry that my mom feeds you and your mom clearly doesn't. Like, what do you want me to say? And she had nothing. Had absolutely nothing. Was just sputtering and spinning her fucking wheels because I took all of the wind out of her sails. Like, I know I'm fat. It's because your mom gives me a cookie every time I do something for her. Like, what do you want? And then, and the better you get at those, the funnier it gets. And then you end up embarrassing, well, I guess humiliating your own bully, and then they really start leaving you alone. Because then they start to feel like every time they go to bully you, they come away from it feeling bullied themselves. And that's typically by high school when you can get into saying things like, oh, why are you fat? Oh, because your mom gives me a cookie every time I fuck her, dude. What do you want? And it's just... If you use it as fuel yourself, it disarms the bully, be it on the internet or in school. it doesn't always have to make sense either. Like, why do you think a whole bunch of us, like, especially us millennials, we used to say your mom to everything? Because it was the quickest way to disarm somebody. Dude, you're fat. Your mom, bro. What? Your mom. And then the person who called you fat is now trying to figure out how their mom has anything to do with this shit. And then they leave scratching their heads, forgetting that they're trying to call you fat to begin with. Confusion works wonders. Chubby and proud. Proud of every pound. Fuck yeah. My generation just uses slurs nowadays. I think that's universal. My generation did that too. I'm trying to remember if the N-word was prominent, but I don't know because I grew up in like predominantly white areas. Still is killing me, guys. Like it killed my uncle. Your face. That's another one. Like it doesn't have to make sense, just your face. Noir Raven keeps reminding me about my food. Some people are just awful. I mean, fuck, look at Lily, she exists. My bad bullies started bullying me for no reason. I mean, most bullies don't have much of a reason. The reason is they want attention, and your negative reaction gets them attention. Usually bullies come from, like, insecurity. A lot of them come from, like, shitty old lives themselves. Anyone got tips on what to do about a stray cat? Asking for a friend. What do you want to do about it? Sorry, what does your friend want to do about it? Because, like, that sounds like the cat distribution system has chosen your friend. You fat, well, at least I didn't lose the game. Oh, I lost. Daedalus, you dickhead. Fuck you, banned. No, I'm joking. If you don't get that reference, you're too young to be here. I'm gonna nab him, but I don't really want to bring him home. Well, you could bring him, you could just, like, bring him to a shelter, to be honest. It's cold, it's a bad time of year. My cat would sooner die. Then I have another cat in the house. Yeah, fuck, that's pretty much how it happens. No, if I were you, like, if you're worried, I would try to get him and then bring him to, like, a shelter, a no-kill shelter, if you can. Because, like, it sucks that they're in cages, but it's cold out. It's better than him freezing and starving to death, you know? I want one, please. Bonneberry, no. You've got a baby in the house. You can't have a cat. Yeah, if you do have to house it for the night, just, like, put it in the bathroom and close the door. If you're not able to catch him, I would report it just because, again, it's cold. Yeah. Again, Bonneberry, you got a baby in the house. You can't have a litter box. I know lots of people have babies with litter boxes, but, like, it's not a good idea if it wasn't already in the environment to begin with. Toxic plasmosis is a thing. This pigeon, don't know why it wasn't flying. So, oh, you have cats. Oh, right, okay, fair. Never mind then, ignore me. If you're in the Austin area of Texas, I'll give them to you. I'll get them and give them to you. If you do manage to get your hands on a spider queen, you don't want to take them to a shelter, check Facebook. There's usually lots of Facebook groups. You'll probably find one in your area of, like, rehoming groups. If you're not able to nab him, remember I have 2 of them. No, I didn't remember, to be honest, Bonneberry. I'm sorry. um, able to nab them, still like if you can get pictures of him, still check the groups because there might be somebody like who's local in the group that might be able to either take him in or go and bring him to a shelter. You can report it to the SPCA, but to be quite honest, they may be limited in their resources. So your best bet would probably be like Facebook groups of like people who go out and do that sort of thing, just because you're likely to hear from the Humane Society that they're like, oh, if you bring him in, we have space, or they'll simply be like, we don't have space, even if you bring him in. They're not likely to go out and get them. Stutter. Remember not to put out hay, not blankets, because blankets will freeze. Yeah, if you're ever wanting to put out like make a warm space for an animal, like a stray animal on the street, make sure you don't use blankets. You got to use like hay or wood shavings because blankets will absorb the moisture in the air, and then that moisture will condense and then freeze, and that actually will rob the heat out of the animal. Your best bet, to be quite honest, to insulate is cardboard, paper shavings, hay, wood shavings, and like a layer of cardboard is great, especially if it's on concrete or if it's on like cement or something. Because the problem with concrete and cement is it will suck the heat out of you. Stone will suck the heat out of you. Um, you may or may not have seen it in the past. People may or may not have seen it in the past, but it does happen a lot with the homeless, especially homeless people with drinking problems in the winter. A lot of them, not a lot of them, but there are some of them that will fall asleep on like a stone wall or on the ground or somewhere that's stone because they've been drinking and they're warm on the inside, but the stone actually robs your body of the heat and they do end up freezing to death. Um, so the same with an animal. So if you're like trying to set up a shelter or a warm spot for a stray animal, make sure you line the bottom with cardboard, especially if it's on anything stone. And nothing fabric or cloth in there because it will cling to like the moisture will cling to it. It just makes you a big pillow and comfier snuggle. Exactly. Alright. I've said it a few times, but now I'm actually going to commit. I'm going to head out as well with Tempo Tronica heading out because I need to go eat. Stones suck. Literally. Stones suck. Never sit on cold stone for too long. That's how you get hemorrhoids, people. That's what I'll leave you with. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. It's always fun hanging out with you guys. Always love it when we have a bitch fest, to be quite honest. Don't forget about posting a link. Thank you. You gave me your Discord. I will find you and invite you probably after I get dinner done. Thanks for hanging out, guys. It's always fun. Thanks for the donations. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna go out tomorrow and get a space heater. Fuck the furnace. Smooch! Finger hearts. You guys are great. Woo!